The following content is intended for mature audiences. Viewer discretion is advised. Connection established. A.D.A. Online.
Hello, and welcome to another episode of A.D.A. Online. This is the May recap, where I go over some of the things I found interesting throughout the previous month. We have another later episode this month, something that I'm going to try and nip in the bud as soon as I can. Now, as for the tech issues I like to start out the episode with, I would like to say that I've had none since the last episode, but things that could have gone pretty bad have actually been going pretty well. I just got a used Japanese business laptop for a pretty good deal that I put Linux onto. I was looking for something that I could do some light work on the go with that would last most of, if not the whole day battery-wise, and so for just under $250, I got this little Let's Note. I'm still getting used to typing on it since the Japanese keyboard layout is a little different, but overall I'm pretty happy with the purchase. I also got a Yamaha AG03 Mark II audio interface. I tried to use it, unfortunately it didn't really work that well with my microphone, there was a bit of a hiss, and it also didn't have the DSP that I was looking for. But that's enough about the tech side of A.D.A, and right now, before we get into the lolcow segment, I'd like to announce a mini segment that'll be included from now on. Just like with how the last episode, we added in the honorable mention segment. From now on, we'll be adding in a one-time time warp segment where I get to talk about a single thing that happened in the month the current A.D.A episode came out. Now, this could be applied to the lolcow, tech and media, or politics segment, but it'll be limited to only one topic per episode. Now, with that out of the way, let's get into everybody's favorite segment, lolcows. And not just any lolcow, one of my all-time favorites, Chibinekodemyx. Now, I wasn't necessarily sure if I was going to cover Chibi in this A.D.A, since I'm currently working on Infinite Cringe, the Chibinekodemyx saga. But after thinking it over, any chance to cover Chibi should be taken, and I think he's going to become a staple segment moving forward. But before we go any further, I want to say one thing. You have no idea how much I wish I'd pushed back my last Chibi video by like a month. Right after I released it, Chibi went wild, dressing up like he was some vampire stalking this poor woman in a nightclub. Yes, I know it's supposed to be a Phoenix Wright character, but it just looks so insane. As well as him dressing up like the fat uncle of a Kingdom Hearts protagonist, and selling takoyaki that I wouldn't feed my dog at the park. But this is about May, not all of that. On May 3rd, Chibi posted this to his Facebook account. Let me pull it up right here. Here he showed off his cooking skills, chicken, carrots, and rice. I want you to look at this. So it's like he fried all of the carrots. Every one of them is black on one side, orange on the other. So he could have roasted them, but I don't think so. The chicken, there's barely any on top. And it literally looks like he plated this rice onto a paper plate that had soy sauce on the bottom of it already. This is not, if you got this at a restaurant, you would be very, very disappointed. Chibi is 35 years old, and this is the kind of food that he makes and posts online for the world to see. If I ever made carrots that looked like this, like them burnt to a crisp, those pictures would never find their way online. Now, in order to do this, we need to take a quick step back. In late April, the YouTuber Magic Mush uploaded a video about Big Al 2K6, one of Chibi's only real friends in his entire life. And in this video, he spoke on Chibi. Well, Chibi saw this and wanted to talk to Al, one-on-one, no YouTube, just Adam White and Al Reddington. This is a message to Al Reddington. I want to talk to you, not scream or whine or bitch, just talk, one-on-one. No outside people, no YouTube, video interviews. I would try to message you directly, but I'm sure you have me blocked everywhere. Which is true, by the way. Big Al does have him blocked everywhere. I'm sending this post in the hopes that you will see it and attempt to reach out to me. I want to settle everything that's been unresolved between us, once and for all. And if after that, you still hold the same stance towards me, and wish not to interact with me or see me again, fine. You undeniably have very strong feelings against me, especially since our last meeting nearly 2 years ago, to the date where your friend brought you in a Discord call with me to vent your frustrations. And I'm not sorry for not showing much emotion or empathy in what you said. You had every right to feel as you did, hurt, betrayed, and angry. And I have my own frustrations too. I wanted to say something. But during our conversation, I shut down and let you say what you needed to say. I wanted to speak up, but I couldn't. I felt intimidated by the conversation, and I didn't want to raise my voice or be confrontational. I did the same thing when I was publicly told to be quiet in front of a live audience. It's a very common neurodivergent trait called freezing, and it's clearly closely linked to a sort of fight or flight mode. I felt a lot of pressure at the time, and I knew the conversation was being recorded, so I shut up. I'm sorry if I felt like I was being dismissive or disrespectful. I can assure you I wasn't. You have done a lot for me over the years, and for that I am very thankful. Like when you would cook for me, take me to the Ren Fair, or when we hung out together with other people in our group. I especially recall when you attended my dad's funeral. It was a very traumatic time for me, and it meant a lot that you were there. I'd just like to remind anyone who forgot. Big Al went to he went to Chibi's dad's funeral with Chibi, and he spoke with Chibi's stepmother, where he essentially said, like, listen, she said, you're the only friend he has. You need to look after him. And he said to her, don't worry, I will. And then, like in the world's worst sitcom, he goes back to the area where the funeral is going on. And there's Chibi with a karaoke machine and projector hooked up, showing Bleach, like the TV show, the anime, while he's singing some Japanese song. And he is just in shock of like what he's just gotten himself into. Sorry, let me get back to this. But there are things I want to say to you, feelings I want to express. But there are things I want to say to you, feelings I want to express that have still been left unsaid, and I will not say them here publicly. These are better handled privately, person to person, and that's why I want to talk to you again in private. I'm prepared for the possibility that you will never get this message, or decline to respond, or if you do respond, I am also not expecting forgiveness, or to rekindle anything. I fully expect that this may not change anything at all, and that's fine, but all I'm asking for is that you allow me the opportunity to come forward and say what I was unable to say before. That is all. Thank you for reading. Al, completely, understandably, never got in contact with Chibi after that, and instead made a video saying this, where he added on to the Magic Mush documentary, saying how the last time him and Chibi spoke was likely going to be the last time they ever speak again.
The Chibinekodemyx arc, okay.
The Chibinekodemyx arc. I want you to look at Al. He knew this was coming up. He is just looking at the ground. So Al and Chibi, again, they're both like mid-30s guys. They met like when they were teenagers. This has been following him around his entire adult life. And this is finally the end.
So he pretty much covered everything. There is one thing that he was going to bring up, but at the end he didn't really feel like it would be relevant. So during the time, and keep in mind, I didn't know Adam had that podcast or that live stream where he's talking shit. Didn't use me by name, but you know, it's obvious he was talking about me. I didn't know he made that. I knew about the Twitlonger. I talked about the Twitlonger, but I didn't know about that video where he basically called me the king of Reddit.
The king of Reddit. Chibi calling somebody else the king of Reddit. When I think of Reddit, I think of like the world's worst website. Every opinion is the wrong one. That is Chibi. Chibi went on a tour with a Japanese group. A Japanese tourism group. So it was him and a bunch of other people visiting Japan and just being shown around all over. Chibi decided, oh, I'm going to bring my GameCube, I'm going to bring Mario Golf and my laptop and stream it while everyone else is trying to sleep in the same room. Like, that is Reddit incarnate. If you use Reddit, that's okay. I use it to read about stocks, but yeah, Chibi is, again, Reddit incarnate.
The final boss of Reddit, which is fucking rich coming from him.
Yeah, I agree.
But, he was going to talk about, like, what Mush was going to do. He was going to take that footage and have Adam, you know, he's like, oh, he used to say the F slur and the N word and blah, blah, blah. And then he was going to juxtapose that with footage of Adam calling someone else during.
Okay, so that was a really good clip. I think I used it in what was it? What's it called? Unlimited Cringe, the Chibinekodemyx story. So in that video, somebody says, "Oh, nice hair," and Chibi says, "At least I have hair." Like, just drops the F-bomb. Not the F-bomb most people would think of. The other one. I got to keep this safe for YouTube, especially in the beginning. But so Chibi said that, doubled down, and then later, because he had to look like a good ally, said, "I shouldn't have used that word."
A Yu-Gi-Oh stream, and this was like during that same time. You know, this was around the same time that he made that live stream video about me. I can't find the footage. It's in one of my, like, I mentioned it in one of my videos about Adam, but it was a live stream, or it was a Yu-Gi-Oh stream. Someone made fun of Adam's stupid looking blue hair, and he responds by saying, "Well, at least I have hair, you." And that
Chibi
video clip started making the rounds on Twitter. It started gaining traction, and Adam went into a full-on fucking like.
I have never seen anybody have so many online incidents like Chibi has. There are so many, and most people, when they think of Chibi, they just think of him as, "Oh, you're the be quiet guy." But he's had so many incidents, and it gets crazy.
Full-blown panic attack. He went into full apology mode on Twitter. He was like, "No, you don't understand. I hate that word. I wish that word didn't exist. It's such a hurtful word. I'm an ally, guys. I'm an ally. Trust me. I'm part of the LGBT community. I'm an ally. Trust me. You know, I wish that word didn't exist." And I'm like, then why the fuck did you say it, you stupid fuck?
I agree with that. I agree with Al on that. If you're going to be dead set against a word, you better never use it.
You absolute fucking moron. Just like this is remember when PewDiePie, you know, just dropped the hard R during that, but then he immediately apologized for it? Adam didn't apologize for calling someone until he realized what it would look, until he finally realized the optics. So I'll give PewDiePie this: he immediately apologized for saying it. So that's one thing he has on Adam.
I think PewDiePie has a lot of things on Adam White. So PewDiePie actually moved to Japan with his family, his animals. To my knowledge, he retired from doing gaming streams, and now he legit puts Arch Linux onto his computer, makes all these gadgets, and just talks about it. I remember I think it was last year, or at least within somewhere older than 6 months ago, he just started practicing drawing, and all these people on Twitter got mad at him because, "Oh, you have all this free time to get better at drawing while I'm trying to make a living." And it's I mean, the guy retired early, but if he wants to draw, I don't see an issue with that, especially if he's really improving. That could show that anybody can. Probably not me though. I'm horrible at drawing.
And before anyone says anything, because I know it's going to be brought up, yes, I do know Adam posted on Facebook, you know, wanting to talk to me one-on-one for one last time.
Guess what's not going to happen?
And I know about this because people on his behalf kept pestering me about it. And I'll say here what I said to them. My answer is a resounding fuck no.
Get on.
My stance hasn't changed since the last time we spoke to.
Could anyone blame Al for saying that? I think most people who have had to deal with Chibi in their daily lives, whether that be people who work with him, the guy at the gas station where Chibi frequents, I don't know, I'm just figuring he has one. Maybe the coffee shop he goes to, if he does. I think most of those people are probably saying hey, if this guy moved to a different state or a different city, I would be more than happy.
Now, hasn't changed a bit. And there's nothing new that I can say that hasn't been said before. And frankly, it's insulting to me that he thinks my biggest hang-up was his tone. That I didn't...
Chibi's tone was absolutely disgusting in that video. Or in that call, I should say. Al told Chibi every one of his actual gripes. And what did Chibi say? There. Let it out. It's like, oh, I want to beat him.
I think he sounded remorseful enough, and that's why I was so
But he wasn't remorseful one bit. He was just saying that because he thought it was going to work. That's what he does.
pissed off. You're missing the point, Adam. You're missing the fact that you threw me under the bus for clout.
Yeah, that's true. So, in case anyone has not seen Unlimited Cringe, the Chibinekodemyx saga, or sorry, Unlimited Cringe, Chibinekodemyx story. I'm thinking of the new video I'm working on right now. So, Chibi wrote an article about 3 people. One of them was PewDiePie, because PewDiePie made a video laughing at Chibi, and Chibi just had a grudge on him ever since. So that was one. I gotta be careful with my words here, but one after that was a grapist, and immediately following that, he talked about Al, and he said, oh, you know what, sometimes I wanted to say some things, and Al would talk over me. Sometimes he would call me mean names. If you remember, Big Al and friends were planning on making this anime con at a college, and to my knowledge, that kind of thing had not been done before at the time. Chibi took a black Sharpie, and so he just painted the bottom of his eyes black, gave himself like eyeliner with it, put on this wig, pajama pants, pretended to be L from Death Note, and made a whole YouTube video like saying something like, oh, Otacon? Yeah. And he posted that to YouTube. That video was so memeable, and people just made fun of it. I think this was like 2006, 2007. It was just made fun of so much that this whole thing got canceled. A couple of people that were working on it, they got doxxed. It was all Chibi's fault, and he wouldn't take any responsibility whatsoever. And who was it that defended him? It was Big Al 2K6, the man you see on the screen.
So no, there isn't going to be a next time. I will never, hopefully after this, I will never recite your name again. So I will forever wipe my hands off this fucking stupid shit. And and hopefully I will never talk about you or to you again. So, there's your answer. A resounding fuck no. You know, have a nice life, Adam. So that's about it. There really isn't anything more that I could say.
So that could have been a pretty good Chibi update, right? It's a little long, but not too long. Well, no, because as always, Chibi found a way to add something new to this story. This time, he quit his job at AT&T, so that way he could go and teach English in Japan. Now let's see what he had to say about this on stream. Oh yeah, by the way, I forgot to say, Chibi is back to streaming on Twitch.
I'll be honest, dude. I've been so busy.
I've been so busy. Okay, so I'm not the fashion police, but look at this. If you're gonna wear headphones with a mic in front of you, if you're just gaming, whatever. If you're on stream, try to look a little better.
Transitioning into my new job, getting all the training out of the way, preparing for this potential job in Japan. And dude, I'm not even kidding. I think I spend maybe like 4 to 5 hours studying Japanese every day.
I think I spend 4 to 5 hours studying Japanese. Do you think that means he's watching anime with the subs on?
Every single freaking day. Like I am that correct. No, I don't plan.
Okay, so you were going to hear this singing in the background. When I was editing this segment together, the first thing I thought was, did I leave some music on while I was recording clips and somehow like not even notice? Then I start to hear this Japanese man singing, and I realized, no, this is what Chibi plays on his streams. I removed the music, but unfortunately, I can't get rid of the vocals.
To be an English teacher for the whole time I'm in Japan, hell no.
Oh yeah, hell no. Chibi is immediately planning on snaking his employer, who gets him into the country with that work visa, so that way he can find something else to do.
Like, don't get me wrong, I think it'll be fun, but like there's also a lot better opportunities out there, and a lot of them are only available to people who are already living in Japan. So
I can't get over Chibi just openly saying he's going to monkey branch once he gets into Japan. Like, Japanese employers, they expect loyalty. If they find this out, like, it's not going to be a good time for them.
I think that's what a lot of people actually end up doing. Like, they'll go to Eikaiwa or work as an ALT for like a couple months, and then they'll change over to a different job and have them sponsor the visa instead. No, that's not uncalled for. It's not typically encouraged.
Yes,
but
Chibi. Yes, Chibi, it's absolutely not encouraged. Employers do not want to go through all the paperwork and the hassle to get you into a country, so that way you can help them teach English, I don't know, to students. Maybe some people looking to add up a new skill like night classes, only for you to quit as soon as you get the chance and just go somewhere else.
We'll still do it. But yeah, ALT, English teaching, like, it's not the end all be all. I'll tell you that right now. What I'd really like to do is I'd like to start my own business, maybe in like tourism. And
I'd like to start my own business. So if you remember, like I said earlier, Chibi went to this park dressed up in like a vest as Roxas or some other Kingdom Hearts character, making takoyaki in the park. I can't see him doing anything business-wise that would be much more professional than that. But he's going to go on to say, oh, well, you know what? I'd like to help people see the spots of Japan where no one else gets to see.
Kind of help people coming to Japan for the first time, like, kind of get to see the cool places. What I would like to do is not necessarily like shine the spotlight on like the big, more popular places, but shine a more of a spotlight on the lesser known places.
All right, Chibi. So do you know why the more known places are where people go that are foreigners? If I go to Tokyo, Osaka, I'm going to assume the rest of the big cities in Japan, I could get by speaking a little English to people. Like, I don't know, a lot of restaurants will have menus specifically for people that speak English, like foreign languages. If you go to like these spots where no one goes, that's not going to work. I'm going to say this right now. Chibi's little idea is not going to be very profitable.
The places that are not already overcrowded and have an overpopulation of foreigners. Because, like, don't get me wrong, everybody loves to visit Asakusa, they love to see Kaminorimon, they love to see Sensoji Temple, they love to see the Sky Tree, they love to go to Shibuya to visit Shibuya Scramble Crossing, they love to take pictures in front of
I just want to say, this singing is driving me nuts. I don't know what Chibi's thinking, having that be the music that plays as he talks.
God, I'm forgetting what the dog's name is.
And of course, we can't forget about his little streaming setup here. He's got Atlantis behind him with what looks to be a Vaporeon waving at people that is cut off because it's not properly made. You can see right there where its paw disappears. Oh, and I almost forgot. So Chibi changed his name a while ago. He's no longer Chibinekodemyx. He is now Shiny Aquana.
Hachiko. Like, those are all really, cool things. It's obviously very much a staple to visiting Japan. Like, oh, if you gotta go, you gotta do these things. But there are also so many other hidden gems around Japan that don't.
So Chibi quit his job. He was going to Japan, and here I have the final text he sent his coworkers. Ahem. Guys, I got a new job, and today is my last day. I'm resigned as of today. Y'all, it's been real. Thank you for 5 crazy years. Keep killing it like I know y'all can. I wish y'all the absolute best. You're the kings and queens of IHX. See y'all out there sometime. Peace. Now, I have no proof of this. This is just a theory right now, I'm going to say. I think that Chibi did not give them that 2 weeks notice you're supposed to and just randomly quit in his group chat one day. And rather than them saying, oh my God, we're short on staff, we need another guy, I think these people like took a deep breath, sat down and thought, it's over. It's finally over. Now, finally, for the month of May, Chibi would post this to his Facebook, seemingly to let us know that things were different now and that he was going to move on in life, and that things were looking pretty well for him. Honestly, for the first time in a while, despite all the kicks in the nuts my life has given me, I'm feeling optimistic for the future. Optimistic for the future. Now, what do I think about all this? I think that Chibi has done the absolutely dumbest thing he possibly could. He had a very good job at AT&T that he should not have had. I'm pretty sure his mom got it for him. And he quit it so he could go teach English in Japan. Now, he has spent his entire life obsessed with Japanese video games and anime. He's taken, I think it's 5 or 6 trips to Japan. This means that he's gone there and had a blast, and then he would go back to his dull and boring life, which means he saw Japan as this magical this magical place he could go on adventures. In fact, there are times he was already planning his next Japan trip before he left. There's a big difference between visiting a place and living there. For all the problems that people in North America have, you know what aren't some of them for the most part? You're never always packed like a sardine wherever you go. You also don't have arguably the second worst work culture imaginable. The only place I think that's worse is South Korea. I don't know where I saw this because I wish I could quote it. But Chibi, to my knowledge, while working at AT&T, damaged a company car because his hair was so greasy from being unwashed that the grease from the back of it seeped into the headrest and had to be replaced. There is no other country in the world that would fly, especially looking at Japan. Chibi is going to go there and realize in just a couple of months that whatever place he thought Japan was never real. And that is the end of our Chibinekodemyx segment. And we'll be moving on to one of our bigger segments, Foodie Beauty. I have not covered Foodie Beauty since she got herself involved into the Cyraxx sphere, trying to defend him for some reason until she started getting pushback from Marty and friends and just ditched. Because I haven't spoken about her in a while, I'm just going to give this little intro. I have never been into Foodie Beauty or the Gore World cinematic extended universe. And I want to say that for years, I genuinely thought Foodie Beauty and Amberlynn Reed were the exact same person. I actually spoke to Darkside Becky about this one time. She's the one that makes the Cyraxx, Cobes, Daniel Larson, and other puppets. And she told me that's a common mistake. Foodie Beauty is a 40-year-old mukbanger that keyword was one of the 11% of Canadians living outside of the country. Well, she got herself into a little bit of trouble at the end of May. But let's see what she thought about Vitaly making trouble in foreign countries first.
Because Vitaly broke laws in the Philippines.
First off, I want to say this is a terrible camera angle. I actually spoke to somebody else about this. It looks like her head is at the top of the table. Either her chair is super low to the ground or she's on her knees.
That have that kind of harsh sentence. And all it took was for him not to go to the country and disrespect and break the laws.
All it took was for Vitaly to not go to the country, disrespect, and break the laws. Well, Foodie is about to break a couple of laws herself.
Not to disrespect the culture and break the laws. He should have done his research. And you know what? He's proud of it. He's proud of what he did.
He's proud of what he did. Now, I've seen some pictures of Vitaly lately. He does not look proud of anything at the moment. He actually looks like he's dying. But Foodie Beauty is also going to be proud of what she did.
There's a clip of him on the internet clapping when they're showing in court before the judge his YouTube prank videos. He's there in handcuffs, applauding himself. Okay, buddy, then you're going to be proud of your 24-year sentence.
Well, later that month, after eating some KFC, Foodie Beauty did something that would forever change her life, and she decided she was going to adopt a stray kitten she found on the streets and call it, well, I think it was something like Bruce Lee. Now, this was a very long stream, but I do have some highlights of it.
The cats.
Oh, hi. Okay, hold on, I'll give you some.
Yeah, so they decided they were going to eat KFC right in the park. This attracted these cats, And for some reason, they bring cat food with them to just like feed them.
Food.
Yeah, look at this. Foodie Beauty is throwing out cat food on the ground like it's birdseed, feeding the birds, or like breadcrumbs. Oh yeah, listen to this. Foodie Beauty is out of breath from feeding the cats. This is like... So I was listening to a video of Woody's gamertag in Wings of Redemption. Woody's gamertag was telling Wings why he was kicked out of PKA and just a few things like that. And Wingo, the plump pimp, said, I'm too fat to cook an egg. Like, Foodie Beauty is like that. She's out of breath from, I want to say, standing up for 30 seconds maybe? Look at all that food! Okay, I get this is for like 2 people, but how many pieces of chicken can Foodie Beauty and her husband eat? And that's not it. I think that's like naan bread or whatever that like one that I don't know what it's called, but like that's so much food.
And this is our food.
Camera on me to eat.
Okay, I want to talk about something I saw Dark Side Becky make one time too. So she has this Foodie Beauty puppet, and she made a vacuum cleaner hookup to it, so that way it could like suck up food like it was an old Party Mix commercial. Now, I saw it, and I thought it was one of the funniest things on the planet. Oh, here he comes. Here comes the kitten.
Hello. Hello.
So, do you know that meme where it's like, oh, did you know that ducks at the park are actually free? You can just walk up and take one. Well, that might be true in North America, but in Kuwait, believe it or not, you are not allowed to walk up to a stray kitten and steal it.
Oh, no. No. Hi. Hi. Don't bite me. You want some food?
So there are a lot of people who believe that this was staged. She knew that this kitten was going to be there. She went there planning on taking it and then getting donations. Getting donations in Kuwait is something else that you're not allowed to do. So here, Chantel, Foodie Beauty, streamed herself committing 2 crimes.
Oh my god. Babe, we have to take her.
Babe, we have to take her.
Oh my gosh. You're so beautiful.
Look at that poor cat. To that cat, some giant just picked it up, put it on a table, and it doesn't know what to do. It wants to get down from that table.
I don't know if we can afford another cat. That's the problem.
I don't know if we can afford another cat. Then don't get one.
Keep her. Maybe you'll be mean to the family. She has a balance here.
Yeah, it's a girl cat. Whoa, make sure she doesn't jump off, babe. She's too small. Wanda, for the kitty, 50 US. Oh, thank you so much, Wanda. If we take her, will you guys help us? Like, for real? What do you think, babe?
Oh, if we take her, will you guys help us? If we take this cat off the streets, will you give me money?
No?
What if she, Julia fights her or something?
I don't think Julie would fight her. She was raised in a house with cats. Thank you, Wanda. Yeah.
I could understand Foodie Beauty not knowing it's illegal to take a cat off the streets if you're rescuing it. But Salah, her husband or whatever he is, like he's lived in Kuwait, to my knowledge, his whole life. He should know that this is not okay.
Yes, I will help. Because honestly, like, we have to... $50, thank you. That would cover the vet visit. We will help.
Oh yeah, that would help cover the vet visit.
Oh, you're my baby girl. Are you our new baby? This could be a community beezer. Oh.
Look at that cat's eyes. He wants to get away.
Isn't she sweet?
Yeah.
She's very skinny. Okay, maybe we should take her. They will help us, they said. We can bring her to the vet tomorrow.
They will help
Mom's
us.
around. She would be around the cat, babe. This one's abandoned.
By the way, that cat's mother was actually around.
Is that her mom? Oh, let's see. She's chasing the cat. Start a GoFundMe? No, we could just do my PayPal if you guys want to send money to the
Just send money to my PayPal. Yeah, that money would have been going straight into the KFC fund. Or actually, I don't even know what Foodie Beauty puts her money into. Again, like, I do not keep up with her as much as I probably should.
She's panting. Okay, let's bring her home. We can at least help her out. The beezers want to help
Okay,
too.
yalla.
Okay, we're gonna go right home.
We have to go now.
Okay, grab. Okay,
The food in the car, خلاص, finish.
come on, baby. Come on, baby. We're going.
Did they just leave the cat food on that picnic table? Like, oh my lord. Like, at least take it off and throw it in the garbage or throw it on the ground for the rest of the cats. Like, somebody is going to have to clean that up.
No.
People say don't do that. You better not. It's what? A huge mistake.
Oh, you better believe that was a huge mistake. This legit caused Foodie Beauty to flee the country.
Why? It's very skinny, guys.
Thank you, Salah.
Should we?
You're welcome. It's fine. Oh, come on, Chantal. For sake. Too many comments. Take
Let that cat go, Miss Chantel.
Come on.
vet, not home.
We're adopting an animal. What the fuck? Why are people?
Oh yeah, okay, so here, people in her chat are telling her, hey, listen, Foodie Beauty, this is not okay. Like, you cannot do this. Put the cat back. And she is going to say, like, no, we're rescuing it. What are they gonna do? Arrest me?
You people are insane. Call the authorities. Go.
Call the authorities.
Call. Go. Good. Report me.
Report me. This lady had to self-deport from Kuwait because she streamed herself committing multiple crimes, and when people are actually saying to her, hey, you have a chance to walk this back, put the cat back, she says no. Call the police. Report me.
Thank you.
What are they gonna do?
What are people gonna report? There's a person rescuing an almost dead kitten from the street and taking it home. Do you think anyone's gonna give a shit? And if they
Do you think anyone's gonna care? Oh, I think so. I think Paz Kuwait especially might care.
deport me for that, I'll be taking the kitten with me. Oh well.
Oh, Foodie Beauty. Well, like I said, Foodie Beauty had committed a couple of crimes, as doing this in Kuwait is illegal, and a non-citizen can be deported at any time. Foodie Beauty then had to return the cat to its mother.
So you guys know that we found a kitten in the park. It was by itself. It wasn't with any other
I think this was like the day after this all happened.
kittens. It wasn't, we didn't see a mom anywhere, anything like that. So in haste, I collected the kitten because I felt really bad for it. It was really hot. It was panting. It was severely malnourished. When I held it, I could feel like rattling in its lungs. So we decided to take it to a vet. The vet looked over the cat. It had,
You know what? I'll say this. If Foodie Beauty just took the cat, brought it to the vet, gave it some medicine for those ear mites it had, and then brought it back to where she found it, would that be okay? Probably not. But would that be more understandable? Yes. Especially if she didn't try to get donations for it.
they said, thank God you found the kitten because, or like they said basically like it was meant to be that you found the kitten because the kitten would have died if it had not, been seen. They gave it antibiotic, pain treatment because it has infections in its lungs and in its nether regions. So it's just in bad shape. It hasn't eaten since in a while. It was just in really bad shape. So we had it completely looked over, treated. We're given antibiotics to give twice a day. And we felt like, what if it does have a mom? Maybe we should see about the mom.
What if it does have a mom? Well, maybe you should have looked around and saw if the cat's mother was looking for it. But no, they saw this cat, and within, I think it was like 25 minutes, said, no, you're coming with us.
I don't know. Anyways, long story short, we went back to the park, and there is a mom. The mom looks also malnourished and not in good condition. But I don't know if it is right if we're able to just snatch cats off the streets. You know, I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You cannot just snatch cats off the streets in Kuwait. Now, I have a funny feeling most people listening to this will never be in Kuwait, but if you ever find yourself there, just remember that.
In Canada, I'm in a different country. And
I'm not in Canada. I'm in a different country. Yes, when you're in like another country, this is what I would recommend people do. I would just go into ChatGPT and say, hey, give me 100 things that are normal in Canada that are illegal in wherever you go. That way, it's not every law, but you're going to be a lot safer than you would be, like, not going into it. Like, not going in not knowing, I should say.
And I have to take that into account as well. So I will insert some videos of us here. We found the mom for the baby, and immediately it started nursing. The cat, the vet said, is 8 weeks, so you know it's still nursing on its mom though. So alhamdulillah, we found the mom. I'm so happy.
Now this is where I think most people would assume this story would be over. The cat was returned, they gave it the medicine, it was checked over, that's it. But no, an actual animal rescue group called Pause Kuwait would post this after the kitten was returned to its mother. Let me pull this up. This is our official response regarding the recent incident. The kitten and the mother were rescued together by a rescuer, Sania. So the question is, why did someone else take a tiny little kitten away from her mother? Especially when the mother wasn't in critical condition and both were stable. If the intention was truly to help, why wasn't the kitten taken along with the mother? Why wasn't a proper update shared from the hospital like a video or a vet confirmation? This entire situation could have been handled with full transparency. Instead, it turned into a case of collecting donations without coordination, while those who actually rescued and paid for everything remained silent. Helping is beautiful, but only when done responsibly, legally, and without causing more harm or confusion. Collecting donations for personal use is a legal violation. Any donations for rescue cases must be paid directly to veterinarian clinics, not to individuals. Due to the large number of messages we've received, we are issuing this public statement to clarify the matter for everyone. Yeah, Goro World people are actually insane. Like, I'm not surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if they got like 70 messages all about this. Probably more. The official complaint will be filed by Monday, and we'll be sharing the case number, legal documents, and all related details. Special thanks to our devoted lawyers for taking such swift legal action against the YouTuber. We'll be updating you very soon. Thank you for your understanding and continued support. Uh-oh. So it looks like things were going bad for Miss Chantel, but they were going to get a whole lot worse. I honestly think she made things like way, way worse for herself by saying, what are you gonna do? Report me? Call the cops? Because these people did. Now, here we have another crime I already mentioned, but I just want to show this little article. Kuwait imposes ban on all donations by individuals and entities. All fundraising through online links or direct solicitations will be monitored closely. I think that Chantel might be one of the first people to get in trouble for taking donations in Kuwait. Now, Foodie Beauty at the time thought this wasn't a big deal, but trust me when I say she was about to find out that yes, it was.
They're not suing me because I'm not paying a dime.
They're not suing me because I'm not paying a dime. Well, I mean, Chantel does have one advantage. So she does not live in Kuwait. She could legit just flee the country. Even if she was told she had to pay. Like, if you have a non-Kuwait bank account and you leave the country, what are they going to do?
Like, I need to get out of this country, man.
I need to get out of this country, man.
Insane. Which country villainizes people for trying to help?
The one you're in.
What? Like, yeah, they used my pictures that I sent them initially, and then go check out the post. It's like, I'm gonna go get it. I'm not getting off. Don't tell me to get off.
Wow, who does that sound like? Don't tell me to get off the internet.
How is it illegal? Like,
how is it illegal to break the law? I don't know, Chantel. You tell me.
For me to take the cat, and people said they would help with money to bring him to the vet. But it's okay for that organization to ask for donations. Like, what?
Oh my god, that is what DSP said. Like, what? But to answer her question, I'm going to say probably Pause Kuwait has been around for a long time. They do things by the books. Everything they do is probably public record. They keep actual books on the whole thing. Foodie Beauty is just a foreigner that came in, stole a cat off the streets, and tried to get money for it. Like, what was it she said about Vitali earlier? He was proud of what he did. And if she was actually rescuing a cat, you know what? I don't think there would be an issue with that. She probably should not have streamed it, however. Personally, if I was going to do that, I'd probably go back later, get the cat, say it was a different one. But she handled this the worst possible way, especially taunting her detractors. Do something about it.
Shut up, Selena. I'm not mad they got rescued. Like, I seriously need to get out of here. I can't. Yeah, someone probably sent messages saying I'm a scammer. Exactly. Yep. I use my platform to help. Good luck. Send the law after me.
Send the law after me. Never, ever say these sorts of things. It would be like if you live in a castle law. Sorry, it's a castle doctrine, like one of those states. And you say to somebody, come over to my house and I'll shoot you. By a certain judge, it could be seen as premeditated. Never invite the law to come into your life and do something, because a video like this could be used against her in court.
I'm getting out of here. Honestly, I'm not staying here. Nope. Canada bees for life. That's it. Because I'm not staying somewhere where I get in legal trouble for helping a kitten from dying. Like, no way. Nope. Salah's messaging me right now. Your best thing is to stop messaging me, because you're getting me mad too. I'm tired of holding in how I feel. I'm tired of being silenced. I'm out. If I can't have the freedom to say what I need to say here, I'm out. I'm done. And now Salah's giving me shit.
Yes, Salah is probably giving you shit. Foodie Beauty, what you just did, and remember, I believe Salah even said, like, hey, maybe we shouldn't do this. They're saying it's a bad idea. Foodie Beauty literally just turned their entire life upside down because they had to leave. Well, because she decided she was going to leave Kuwait. Salah, her husband, fiance, whatever he is not allowed in Canada. He has tried to go there. I think it was like 3 times already. And every time he was told no. Now, the Canadian and Kuwait passports, I learned this on Matt the Internet. There are only so many countries that both of them can just go to with a visa on arrival. Now, what that essentially is you can go to these countries and you can just stay there for, it's usually between sometimes 2 weeks, all the way up to like 90 days. A good example would be, let's say I wanted to go live in the US. I could just go there, they would let me in, and I could spend 6 months in the country before I had to leave. One of the only places they could go to are Syria and the Dominican Republic. There were a couple of others too, but those were the ones that stuck in my head. Now, spoiler alert, they decided they were going to move to one of these countries with their cat.
He's giving me trouble, yelling at me. I'm done. He's yelling at me for speaking my mind.
No, he's yelling at you for screwing up to the point most people could never screw up.
That's how it is. You get in trouble. Yeah. For speaking your mind. So I'm out. Honestly, I don't feel safe telling you the whole story right now while I'm here. So I'm leaving. Yeah, a good deed gets you investigated, right? I'm not even allowed to ask for donations, apparently, for help to be sent home.
Yes, you are not allowed to ask for donations whatsoever. Okay, I'm going to say this right now. Let's say you go to another country. Now, I don't know, maybe you want to live in Thailand, you want to go to Japan, South Korea, Portugal, Spain, wherever. If you decide you're going to live there, it's probably a good idea to make sure, hey, I should have a credit card, so that way, if I need to leave, I could just go. Now, I don't know if Foodie Beauty has a credit card. Personally, I know I've said this before, but I think even if you're against them, you should have one just in case of an emergency like this.
So, no.
Have some savings.
For me. No, Deb, I felt something was up because I messaged them and they said they were.
But you know what? Also, I'll say this. Flights to Canada and in Canada are absolutely absurd. The pricing is disgusting. I do not like a single Canadian airline whatsoever. They're all scammers, especially recently getting rid of the, what is it? You were allowed to have one carry-on. Now you have to pay for it. And when asked, I don't know which Canadian airline it was. I think it was like WestJet, Air Canada. They said, oh yeah, we got rid of it, but that's okay because other airlines are doing it too. You cannot hate these people enough.
We're gonna help. I sent them all the information. I sent them the pictures of the cats and everything. And then they didn't answer me, like, for a whole day, you know, because I said, do you accept PayPal donations? Because on their very own page, they say, we need help, you know, with this and that and that. So I thought it was just helping. I'm scamming how? Like, what? I don't even want ice cream anymore.
I don't even want ice cream anymore. That is a lie. Everybody wants ice cream all the time.
Want anything.
This is not going to count as our Time Warp segment. This is more so an update because there really was not enough that happened in June to justify me covering this again, like in the next episode. But on June 17th, Foodie Beauty announced that her Kuwait arc is over and she was now in Cornwall, Ontario. Now let's hear this little bit that I clipped.
When I said on my last live stream that I'm getting the hell out, I meant it. And I want to make this very clear, okay?
Oh, we got a slideshow. What? Whoa, what was that? Okay, for anyone listening, we've got Foodie Beauty. I don't really know how to explain this still we landed on. I really don't know how to explain it. She's looking up at the ceiling, smiling, and her hands do not look like hands.
Love Kuwait. I appreciate the almost 3 years I came back on and off there, okay? Like, I had some really good times there. It is a beautiful country, but it's not for me because I need to be in a country where I won't get like a big fine or put in jail for, you know how my mouth is, right?
If you're worried about going to jail because of what you say, yeah, I would support getting out of the country. But you also shouldn't go there in the first place.
Julia is with Salah, and Salah and Julia are...
Julia is her cat.
...are very safe. I'm not going to tell you where they are right now, but I basically was waiting to go live so that I could just focus on Jarella SGM.
Oh my god, this is the worst thing you're gonna hear. This is the worst thing you're gonna hear. She's gonna go say, I don't even know what this noise she's about to make is.
And Mons, welcome to Very Important Research.
Like, that sounds like a bike horn. Like the kind like a kid would get on their bicycle, so that way you can like hear them there.
Yeah, so I took the plane ride home. Of course it was packed. And
I took the plane ride home. Of course it was packed. I hope that Foodie Beauty was on like an end seat, preferably a window seat, and there was nobody in the center seat.
I was sitting in the aisle seat and there was a...
Oh my god. Can you imagine? Can you imagine you're some airplane stewardess? You're trying to bring the snacks down, collect the garbage, and you've got to get the cart past Foodie Beauty in the aisle.
Older Chinese guy in the right beside me on my right, and then in the window was this like obnoxious young guy, and he kept taking advantage of the free booze on board.
Listen, if you can take advantage of free booze, you do it, because you do not get that many opportunities in life.
And I'm like, watch. I was bored, so I was like, I'm going to play a game. When the drink cart rolls around, he's going to go, excuse me, a Stella, please? Sure enough, Speedy Bird, welcome to River Peace. I'm so happy right now. Okay. I hope it's a fresh start, you know? Honestly,
Okay, fun fact. So, Foodie Beauty moved from Kuwait back to Canada. Cyraxx recently decided, hey, you know who I'm going to talk about? Foodie Beauty. He made a video saying, yeah, because of the trolls, Foodie Beauty had to leave her home country of Kuwait and move to Canada where she's living out of her car. Well, the truth is, number one, she moved to Canada and she does not have a car. She actually talked about it in this stream that we're listening to right now. Canada is also where she's from. She was not born in Kuwait. And she didn't even spend that much time in Canada because a month later, spoiler alert, she moved to Syria.
The thing about I'm acclimatized to the weather in Kuwait because it's like feels like 36 here today.
Oh yeah, it feels like so she's gonna say like, oh, you know what? Canada's weather is actually pretty similar to Kuwait. And she also says the same thing about Syria, saying, oh, you know what? The weather here is just like in Canada. So I know like the traditional map is not like great for telling like, hey, what's where in the hemisphere? Just because the Earth is like round and you can't really chart it properly like that. But from what I saw, Syria is like on the same level as South and North Carolina. Like the weather between those two areas, like Canada and the South, are nowhere near even comparable. I know Florida is more south than the Carolinas, but I once heard that if you're like in a very, very like high humidity area in Florida, stepping outside without air conditioning on is like boiling a pot of water and sticking your face over it. Like it's bad.
I don't have AC. I have a fan. I have a cheap ass fan from Canadian Tire. It doesn't feel. This is the best you got. Come on, I've endured like 55 degree weather. Yeah, I'm happy too.
Personally, I'd rather have AC than a fan, but you also don't need air conditioning as much in Canada to make it worth the price. I'll say this though, one night, I remember, it was so hot outside. I was in bed, unable to sleep, just sweating. And it was like at 5 a.m. Like the sun is starting to come out. Like I'm still in bed, like having gotten no sleep whatsoever. I just go on Amazon, find like a fan and order it and try to go back to bed because I was just so like fed up with that. But air conditioning again is 100% better. Probably not for your electricity bill, but you know what? I think that comfort is worth it.
I'm not gonna go back to Kuwait, so I'm not getting locked up on some bullshit. Yoink, bye. I think I put on like a Hekate's daughter stream and like packed all night and just like I can't tell you how heartbroken my heart is that I left my husband and cat. I know, but she is very safe. We're not abandoning her. I'm not gonna like really talk about like when we plan to reunite and all this and that and our plans, but thanks, Beezus. So it's closed. Kuwait arc is over. Like
Kuwait arc is over and Syria arc is just starting. So I know again we're going like really further in the timeline considering this is May, but Foodie Beauty lives in a place where she gets power 1 hour every 5 hours. If she thought that the summers were bad in Kuwait, where she had electricity and AC running pretty much whenever she wanted, she is about to learn real fast that is not going to be the same. I saw a picture. She was trying to fan herself with a piece of paper because she did not have a fan. Yeah, you know what? A physical fan, like kind you like wave at yourself. She did not have a portable battery-powered fan. She did not have an electric fan she could plug into the wall. And she didn't have air conditioning. Like, she is going to die of heat stroke there. I'm calling it right now.
This is so weird to me because this is like a show for you. This is like your Netflix 10-part series. And it's like my life, you know?
This is not like a Netflix 10-part series. This is more like Young and the Restless, where there are 65 seasons, where I hear like my mother say, oh yeah, there are people on that show that were on there when I was a kid. Like, there's too much lore and too much background for me to get into. I think her Kiwi Farms thread is like 10,000 pages. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. So that stream was 6 hours long, and I'm not going to lie to you, I was not going to go through the whole thing. Her husband and Kat were still in the Middle East while she was in Canada. He cannot go to Canada, and they decided they were going to go to Syria instead. And that is the end of our Foodie Beauty segment. She was definitely a hard watch for me, so I wouldn't expect a whole lot more of her going forward. But who is not a hard watch for me is our next topic, Johnny Somali. I made a video on Johnny a couple of months ago where I went over his beginnings all the way to his current situation where he's locked up in South Korea. And when I say locked up, I don't mean that he's currently incarcerated. I mean he is currently not allowed to leave the country for any reason until his trial and punishments are over. He's facing something like 31 years at the moment because rather than just like go through trial for what he's done, he just keeps making things worse. He's an absolute idiot with absolutely no sense of self-preservation whatsoever. There was actually so much stuff that I didn't get to talk about in that last Johnny video, but all you really need to know is this. His main foe at the moment is a man called Legal Mindset that we're just going to call LM. I really like his streams where he covers Johnny, and believe it or not, actually had a short conversation with him on Twitter after I sent him a clip and a timestamp that he had missed. Now, Johnny absolutely hates Legal Mindset, and even though Legal Mindset is as tame as A-Logs can possibly get, he will still try to intimidate him. I think a good example of this is Legal Mindset will only cover things that Johnny actually does, not speculation. He tells people not to go after Johnny's family, and something I guess Johnny understandably does not like, he will send the prosecutors evidence of what Johnny has been doing. Well, on May 8th, he decided he was going to threaten to send over his booty goons to LM.
I'm like Ray J. You know what a booty goon is?
You know what a booty goon is. Now, I've watched Boondocks. I remember the prison episode. This is a quote that sounds like it came from Boondocks, but I don't remember it coming from there.
Ray J, I got booty goon. Somali, syringe gang. Don't play with me. I got.
Oh, yeah. So he is threatened to, like, infect people with AIDS through, like, a needle. Johnny Somali is the biggest idiot I have ever seen on the internet. Okay, never. No, he's not the biggest idiot, but he's definitely in the top 10.
Booty
Probably top 5.
goons. Your life over.
Yo life over.
So yeah, this is just, that was a little clip exposition. I thought that was pretty good, of just him just crashing out this week, talking about inflicting his enemies with sexual attacks in jail. Making a reference to the sexual harassment or sexual attacks.
There's a reason why Johnny Somali is banished to party.com. I know YouTube rules are not the best. They're a little bit more freeing now than they were a couple of years ago. But man, if you cannot make videos on YouTube, Kick, Rumble, Twitch, and have to go to... forget Twitch. That place is garbage. But if you're banned from YouTube, Kick, and Rumble, like, your stuff is just... You need to change something.
On males in jail. And when I saw that, I'm like, why is he crashing out like that? Oh, it's because he's thinking about what might happen to him in jail. By travel banning him and locking him in, they have been able to successfully add more charges.
Oh yeah, so I know I briefly talked about this in the intro, but this is essentially what's happening with Johnny. Back last October, Johnny was told, hey, you're not allowed to leave the country anymore because you've got a couple of legal issues you gotta deal with. Ever since then, Johnny has just been getting himself into more and more trouble. So a good example would be, there's a streamer called Bong Bong. She is a Korean live streamer. I think she does like IRL stuff. So Johnny Somali decided, hey, you know what? I'm going to deepfake it so that way me and her are together. And so at the same time, South Korea had passed a new law saying, hey, all this deepfake stuff, gone, it's illegal. The reason why they did it, they had a huge problem of people making deepfake pornography. So they made it illegal, pretty similar to the US's recent Take It Down Act. Johnny was one of the first people to actually get in trouble with this new law. And so he's going to be an example of that. And he just keeps getting new charges, getting arrested, like causing public disturbances, to the point like he went from what he would say, oh, all I did was throw a cup of ramen in a store. Oh, all I did was stall a ride for 5 minutes. Well, now he's facing like serious time.
If this had been done in December.
Oh yeah, and another good thing, he's not allowed to work. Yet, so he's not allowed to work while he's in South Korea, but he has to also pay for everything. His rent, his food, his booze. So he's in a pretty bad situation where, hey, it's either you go hungry or you break the law more.
They would have had one charge. We now have half a dozen, and we're going to talk about the half a dozen. As of today, we have today, May 8th, 2025, Ramzi Khalid Ismail has been officially charged with a second count. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, not one, but 2 counts of the violation of the Special Act on Sexual Crimes for the distribution of false video deepfakes. This effectively doubles his maximum possible criminal penalty for deepfakes. There are now 2 charges. Each charge has a max of.
Now, I know that I said earlier, yeah, I think he's facing 31 years, and this is going to say max penalty is 21 years. Remember, this is like 2 months old. Things have gotten bad for him. One of the things that's going to happen to him, if he gets a fine and he cannot pay, they're going to make him do manual work. So the leading theory is he is going to have to walk in, get told, hey, we're going to send you to the cabbage farm, and you're going to pick cabbages until this is over. And who knows how long that could be. He could also like make, I don't know, I think they're called like Korean fish cakes. I've never had one in my life, so I don't know what they're like, but apparently they stink. So that would be pretty bad too.
10.5 years. Thus, the max penalty now he faces is 21 years in prison just for deepfakes. And then, because we have other charges, remember, we've got other charges, that's another 10 years stacked on. So he's looking at up to 31 years.
Okay, I got it right.
Maximum amount now. 31 years in Korean prison is the new maximum that the court can assign him. Yes, yes, yes.
Johnny is in what I like to call big boy trouble.
Yes, yes. Let's do a little.
Are you guys enjoying the stream today?
LM likes to use this little transition on his streams. This is Johnny just walking around the streets saying, you guys enjoying the stream? And then he's about to get punched in the face by some rando.
What?
That has become like a local game in South Korea, by the way. Locals will see him and just physically assault him. Like, is that a nice thing to do? Probably not, but with Johnny, I'm willing to look the other way.
Talk about this new charge. So let's talk about this deepfake, okay? So with the deepfakes, we now have 2. What does this mean? What does this mean? This means that we have one from the female victim, which is presumptively Bong Bong IRL, and we have a second charge, which is probably from the Korean streamers, right?
Just a few days later, we would then get an update on Johnny threatening Bong Bong.
In case you don't know, this is Bong Bong IRL. Now, this is not the deep fake. This is, I think, the image upon which the deep fake was based. So Johnny took an image, I think this image, and created the deep fake. So this is not the deep fake itself. This is the image that he used to create a deep fake. So Bong Bong had some interactions with Johnny Somali. I think, I haven't interviewed her or talked to her yet. I would love to, and love to get her perspective if she wants to do that. But as far as I'm aware from secondhand sources and people that have known her or talked to her, it seems that she really didn't know too much about who he was, and she was enraged because Johnny created a deepfake of her, and then beyond that, Johnny went on to tell his audience and the world that this is my girlfriend.
Could you imagine? I think this works if you're a man or a woman. You meet someone else in your professional field. I don't know, let's say they met for like 5 hours. That's how long they were hanging out. And then this other person starts saying, oh yeah, you know what? We're dating. And they start using AI to like make it look like you're actually like together. That would freak anybody out. And somehow Johnny is now going to say, oh no, you know who's the bad guy in this? Bong Bong. Because she also showed this and said, you know what? I don't really like this. Johnny Somali is probably the most hated streamer in South Korea. He has gone in there, absolutely disrespected everyone he has possibly met, disrespected their culture, their heritage. Anything you could imagine, Johnny will go in there and attack. So this could actually make Bong Bong a very hated person too. Because seriously, who would date the most hated streamer in South Korea?
He went all around Seoul, South Korea, without her permission, without her consent, telling everybody this was his Korean girlfriend. And that's shown in many of his videos. There's many proof of that. Look, I have a Korean girlfriend. And showing this deepfake widely in person, as well as on his stream, as well as on his Discord. These were shared out widely to thousands of people, and now millions of people have seen this. And the way the deepfake law works in Korea is it's based on the harm, the agitation, the anxiety of that person. So without a doubt, Bong Bong has a clear case against Johnny Somali for that reputational damage. Imagine the damage you would get if somebody who is the most hated streamer in Asia, if not all of the world at this point, Johnny Somali, if that Ramsey Khalid Ismail, of course, if this individual.
But from what I understand, Johnny Somali's parents have actually disowned him. And his dad has said, we did not raise him to be like this. Johnny's actions are so bad, his own parents had to step away. So what he's bringing Bong Bong into could actually probably ruin her career.
Was going around saying, this is my girlfriend and you are not their girlfriend. That is absolutely a bad reputational thing to be saying, hey, this is his person. And then he goes out and he attacks the statue and he harms Korean culture, right? So this person who is going out there, and harming Korea without any shame is saying that's your boyfriend. Yeah, that's going to be huge. That could finish your career. That could totally destroy you. And because of that, because of him going out and doing that, Bong Bong went and filed a report with the police. And we have that here. Now, this is originally posted in Korean. I've translated it. This is like a Google Translate. The important part is just the top here, which is, I just got off the phone with police. The police checked the news and confirmed the deepfake was real, and they said they would proceed as quickly as possible. So this was posted, and that was months ago that she did that, and now we have the charge this week coming up in the court case. And that is most assuredly one of the two charges, most assuredly Bong Bong. And because of that, Johnny is freaking out and going crazy. Now, understand that Johnny has for months, and this video that I'm going to show you, this was something he posted way back long ago, back in March. He, for months, has been threatening Bong Bong if she goes.
Threatening. Johnny has no idea how much trouble he's really in. Like, I know we just heard, hey, you know what? Johnny is facing 31 years in prison. By the time everything is said and done, is it really that crazy to say, hey, maybe it's going to be 40, maybe going to be 43?
forward with this, and threatening to counter her if she goes forward with this. And so this is clear. This has been clear intimidation threat. This was March, mind you, that he laid out his strategy to blackmail and intimidate Bong Bong IRL. Watch this.
He laid out his strategy. I don't know what it is about streamers, some YouTubers saying, hey, you know what? I'm going to commit a crime. I want this on camera, and I want it on the internet.
And oh, I'll tell y'all this, bro. Guess who's fucking getting charged too? Like, I could drop really knowledge on you, bro. That stupid bitch Bong Bong. She showed that image as well on her stream, right? So guess who went to the police station? I'll put charges on Bong Bong ass. Bong Bong getting charged too, nigga.
Okay, let me just also state this, and I want to be very clear for this. And first of all, note the fact he uses horrible language.
I don't know how he's real.
But Johnny Somali does not pick who's charged. And as far as we know, Bong Bong hasn't been actually charged. What charge means is the prosecutor has referred this to trial. That has not happened at all from what we know. We have zero knowledge of that happening at all. What he may have done, which we don't even know if he did this, is file a criminal complaint. But here's what they can do. He can file a criminal complaint. The police can look at it and wipe their butt with it like it's toilet paper and throw it in the trash. So even if he did that, it's very likely the police laughed at him and threw it in the garbage. Remember, these are the same police that he mocks. These are the same police that he makes prank calls to the police. He pisses them off. He comes to their station in the middle of the night drunk, trying to get back his, his selfie stick, right? These are police that hate him, that objectively hate Johnny Somali because he is a repeated nuisance to them and to really all of Seoul and all of Korea. Intimidation, trying to intimidate a victim, is a severe aggravating factor which the judge can punish harshly, can punish very, very, very harshly.
Good. If people knew they could just intimidate a witness, like, there would be no law. Johnny is going to be made an example out of everything that he has done. I don't know what he thought was going to happen. I really do not know what Johnny thought was going to happen. He's actually been digging himself into a deeper and deeper hole. I just could not imagine being in trouble in a foreign country and doing the things that he's doing. He will not leave there until he's like 50.
So the judge has a lot of leeway to indeed come after Johnny for trying to intimidate this witness, for trying to push this witness. And this is something that, to me, when I heard about this, I think this is one of the things that is going to lead to jail time. I think when you are coming after a witness, a victim, someone who is wrong, someone who will probably testify, this will push the judge towards a more severe and severe punishment. Once again, in Korea, the max penalty is not guaranteed. It's very rare. But the more we see of this behavior, the more we see of literally a female victim of a sexual crime being sexually shamed, being attempted to be blackmailed, this puts us closer and closer to jail, closer and closer to a very, very severe punishment. And also remember the timing of this. This increased harassment is coming immediately after she registers a lawyer, which registered with the court yesterday and obtained the full court records. So what the Somali crew, the butt pirate team, is trying to do is they are trying to actively target person that they know is a victim, and as soon as that person speaks up, they are trying to silence them. As soon as they know that, oh my God, it's for sure Bong Bong is coming for me, they try to silence her, try to hate her. And I have heard even from indirect sources that are in contact with Bong Bong that she is now facing a storm of harassment directly, and she's hearing a ton about it. So they are coming hard right now on her directly, indirectly. And that is because it seems like she wants to speak up.
So I know what you're thinking. Johnny Somali is pretty dumb, right? I mean, he keeps making things worse for himself every chance he gets. Well, however dumb you think he is, he's actually worse. Johnny Somali has a few allies in this story. He has a bunch of no-names on Discord. Kind of like, they'll do whatever he says. A lot of them are just there because they want to see him like get worse. he has Hank Yu. He is the guy that Johnny Somali currently lives with, and also is kind of like his sidekick, and I don't know, tried to be like Johnny's lawyer, but that didn't really work out. Well, Johnny thought, hey, you know who else could help me? Kanye West. And so if you remember in the last episode of A.D.A, we got to see Kanye West dressed up in a Black Klansman outfit. Johnny Somali thought, hey, you know what would help me out? I'm going to dress up like that too and ask him for help.
I have a dream that the war against famous black men will end. I have a nightmare that the only crime that turned previous heroes.
Okay, yeah, these previous heroes. I want you to listen to the names he's about to say and tell me if they're anything close to a hero.
Like Ye, P. Diddy, Bill Cosby, R. Kelly, and Johnny Somali, and to villains was their melanin.
I wouldn't want to be in the same room with any of those people.
I have a vision that if the great Kanye Omari West was born as Connor Owen Wesley, he would still have his children. Kim Kardashian, bring them home. The Zionists stole his children. I have a reality that there is a war.
Okay, so this part is actually insane. Johnny Somali is about to say that not just South Koreans, all Koreans are the foot soldiers of white supremacy.
Against black people. And the Koreans have always been the foot soldiers of white supremacy.
I don't think that you would ever hear that come out of anyone else's mouth throughout history if you asked them. Like, that is something you would have to train AI to come up with. Oh, but believe me, it gets worse for Johnny. Johnny had the genius idea of having a Discord server. Now, I'll say this right now. If you are a streamer, do a YouTube channel, Discord channels are not a good idea. They always turn out badly. Something always comes out of them that ruins an entire community. Well, that happened with Johnny too, because he had a section called the Somali Intelligence Agency. And somehow he managed to get a mole inside of it working for LM.
But this one is hot off the presses, and we're going to get this to you as soon as we can. And this is high-level leaks inside of the Somali Discord proving harassment, proving impersonation, proving witness tampering, witness blackmail, and it's actually proving that Somali himself was involved in this and not only condoned it and signed off on it, but commented on it and is attempting to use it against Bong Bong and others in the case and attempting to come after me. If one thing is proven tonight, and we're going to show you a lot of stuff. We have a lot of drops tonight, some leaks tonight. If anything is proven, it is that I am the #1 person living rent-free in Johnny Somali's head. That's right. I, Legal Mindset, am the #1 enemy, the #1 op. In fact, that's their word, of Johnny Somali. And I cannot be more honored than to be the #1 enemy of Johnny Somali. And okay, so first we have from the general chat. Now, this is not Johnny. Now, once again, you're going to see this kind of fake LM account is going to pop up again and again. So, kind of get used to seeing this fake LM account. What I did was, just for the purposes of making it clear it is 100% not me and somebody impersonating me, we stuck a little clown face and we dropped the fake on it so you guys know that's fake.
Oh yeah, that's another thing they did. They had multiple fake legal mindsets in that chat. However, they also have 2 real Johnny Somalis. They have Somali Diddy and Somali Epstein. Like, it just makes no sense why he would do it.
And that is absolutely an impersonator. Now, this impersonator is not Johnny. There is another account impersonating me that is Johnny, but this one is not. So just so you guys know. So here we go. So essentially what's been happening is from the general chat, this is very important, is that Bong Bong content, any talk about Bong Bong, has been deleted from the general Johnny Somali chat.
Ooh, that's not good either. Deleting evidence. Like, if the police or the courts want to get those messages, they just have to say to Discord, hey, we want these. And guess what Discord is going to do? They're going to hand those messages over. No problem.
So anything about the case has also been deleted from the general Johnny Somali chat. So all of this stuff that we're going to show you is from this private chat. So this is what they kind of ended up, the little they've said about Bong Bong in the general, and then we're going to go into the focused chat, right? The focused chat. Let's see here. All right. Okay. Let's see here. Let me continue to post down here, to continue to go down here. All right, so we have these private group. Now here's the private group. You can see there's several fake legal mindsets. This legal mindset, I believe there's like this legal mindset, which is not Johnny, and this one that is, I think, or it might be somebody else. He's also Somali Epstein and Somali Diddy, so those are also him.
He has 3 Discord accounts in that one chat alone. How many Discord accounts could one man possibly have? That's insane.
This is a new group chat message for the Somali Intelligence Agency, aka the Somali Stupidity Agency. You guys can add members that you trust into the group. Feel free to share the intel. Well, here's the fun thing. Obviously, somebody was added to this group who perhaps leaked the information, right? As I've said, there are people very close to Johnny leaking the information. So people that Johnny and his bros think they can trust, they obviously can't, right? They're obviously getting that information to the Somali conviction team, which is great. We got eyes everywhere, baby. We got eyes everywhere. Don't trust anyone. Keep everything in here.
Log it all. Johnny Somali put all these secrets that could get him in trouble into a Discord into a Discord chat, and then let anybody just walk in there so long as they were invited in by somebody who was already invited in. This guy is such an idiot. Like, no lawyer could help him.
Log it all. Oh, Johnny. Did we log it all? Did we log it all? We have all of it. Now, I'm only showing you some of it because, by the way, guys, we have more. It's just we can only show you so much because some of it was really gross, was really nasty, and cannot be shown on YouTube. But it can be turned over to the Korean police. And we've got all of it. So yes, Johnny, we indeed will keep everything. We will log it all, and we will turn it over to prosecutors. The judge can absolutely use this as an aggravated factor, and absolutely can be used as an aggravating factor. They think that they're going to get away with the obstruction charges. That's not true. We have shown, and there are clear cases in Korea where obstruction has led to jail time. And we even showed you on the sentencing chart how if you are in the default category or the aggravated category, you definitely get jail time for obstruction. So these people trying to pretend you don't, you definitely do. But it shows you where their focus is. It shows you what they're thinking. We gotta keep harassing her. This is
we gotta keep harassing her. This is Johnny's server. If I was in, okay, number one, I would never have a Discord server. But if I did, and I was facing criminal charges for something like this, I would say flat out, all discussion about this is banned. And if I saw that, you better believe it would be deleted and that guy would have gotten a warning or ban right away.
If I can get past her friend...
But let's be real for a second. Johnny Somali co-signs that. He agrees with it.
That dumb B or simp, she said she doxed her family and sent hate her way and all types of S. So saying, and here's the key, we gotta keep harassing her. There's the key. There's a line I want you to focus on right there. We gotta keep harassing her. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, that right there is death to his case. Says the BS ones, I'm really fine with saying guilty. Can't I deny I didn't play music on the subway? No. Can I deny the spilt noodle? No. But those are serious crimes. No. So,
here it comes.
Yeah,
here it comes.
I'm guilty. Find me. So it shows.
I am guilty. Find me. Do you remember what I said for the Foodie Beauty segment where I said, hey, you know what? Maybe you shouldn't say, oh, call the police, charge me, report me, do it. Well, as you can see here, Somali decided, hey, I'm going to do the same thing. He said he is guilty. He said, find me. A judge will look at this and say, okay, I agree. Like, he cannot make things... Right when you think somebody cannot get into a worse situation, just digging their hole deeper and deeper, he finds a way.
This guy's right here. Look at this. This is possibly the best evidence for sentencing. And the best evidence we can show the judge and say he wants a fine. He wants a fine. So what? So what? Fine me. This is going to the judge. And so when the judge sees this and knows, hey, Johnny thinks the fines are a joke, he'll get hit with the aggravated facts. And he got an admission of guilt here. He's saying he's guilty. He's admitting his guilt.
This is what I think is going to happen to Johnny Somali. I truly believe that he is going to end up in Korea for, I don't know, let's say 15 to 20 years. I don't think he's going to get the maximum sentence, but I think he's going to be made an absolute example out of. He is going to go back to America penniless. And when he does, nobody's going to remember who he is. He's only famous because he's in this trial. And so when he gets out, there's going to be nobody waiting for the return of Johnny Somali. I don't have anything else to say, really, except it's over for him. Like, he will never have a normal life again. You look up his name, Ramzi Khalid Ismail, nobody will ever hire that. But I'm afraid that's it for our Johnny Somali segment. Moving on from Johnny, and we have a bit of a sequel to one of the bigger segments from the last episode. My introduction to World of T-Shirts. Don't quote me on this, but I think I said something like, I can see why people are into this stuff, but I didn't think I would be keeping up with it that much. Well, as it turns out, that was a lie. That's because on May 15th, he went out and hung out with Neon of all people and some guy called Steiny in Compton, Los Angeles. Now, I've never heard of this Steiny guy in my life. I think that them bringing in World of T-Shirts was a gigantic mistake because we're going to see he added nothing. Oh, that's a little loud. We got Josh. Okay, so you're going to hear one guy who we do not see. That is Josh's new cameraman. So from what I understand, Mr. Based is in prison or something like that. And this new guy is kind of like Josh's World of T-Shirts wrangler. Personally, I think he's been doing a great job from what I've seen. He lets Josh do his thing, but when he gets out of hand, he tells him to knock it off. How are you? Look at this. He has... Okay, if you look at Neon behind World of T-Shirts, you can see he's like, is he for real? Like, we are doing this big collaboration stream. I'm going to assume they spent a nice bit of money getting this ready. And this guy just does not care.
No, a little louder. Just a little louder, yeah.
Need some food, Josh? What are you going to do?
Are
we going over here with these guys, Josh?
Oh yeah, what's up with your painted nails? So World of T-Shirts has his nails painted black. I think if you're not a mime or a goth, if you're a man, like, painted nails look absolutely ridiculous. King Cobra JFS, he has black nails. You know what, with that, it's like, oh, okay, that's just Cobes. World of T-Shirts, like, this looks ridiculous.
What made you want to get them?
I just wanted my nails painted.
Okay.
I just wanted my nails painted. Okay, this is another thing I've noticed. You're going to see him walk around with his hands just filled. He will have a vape in his hands, and he will have two things of Zines. I'm not really sure how it's pronounced. It's like Swedish snus. And he will just walk around with all that.
Well, I'm happy for you, man. Let's get some food, shall we?
Yes.
Alrighty.
Yes.
Got him done in Monaco.
Right, what? Yeah. For me and Neon. Oh, yeah, for me too.
Oh, yeah, so this Steiny guy hands World of T-Shirts a can of caviar. I don't think I've ever had caviar. If I did, like... If I did, I don't remember it. But I know it's expensive, and he's not even going to get a thank you.
Yes, sir.
Caviar.
Have you ever had a caviar?
Yes.
He is. Yeah.
What kind of cat?
Damn, so you're bougie.
What kind of caviar? I assume any kind is, like, good kind. And yeah, you can see this guy, like, right there. He's like, I just handed you this caviar, and you're not even going to say thank you? You're just going to ask what kind it is? He's in disbelief.
Best you could get. Here, I'll open it. Is that a tattoo that says I love Vegas? Yeah. Oh, hell yeah.
Caviar. Josh, where's the best caviar?
I gifted, holy shit. This ain't GG. Wait, what the fuck is that?
That's a big thing of caviar.
That's a big thing of caviar.
Lucas, come open this. Do you like caviar? Yeah. Alrighty. Stick this up there and then open it.
Oh yeah, we could put that on there.
That's a big thing.
Yeah, and yo, by the way, I didn't hear
Oh yeah. Yo, by the way, I didn't hear a thank you, and he's just gonna be ignored.
Here, thank you from me and Neon, but yeah.
Are those zines?
Look at that. I didn't hear a thank you, by the way. And he is just going to be ignored by World of T-Shirts. He does not care.
Yes. Nice.
What's that stand for?
Zoink, you're nauseous.
Hell yeah. Yeah, that's fire. I like your watch, man.
Oh, I like your watch, man. So, World of T-Shirts has a Rolex watch. We're going to see him later flashing it around. I do not understand the appeal of getting a $5,000 watch. From what I understand, it's like the cheap, 5,000 USD is like the cheapest Rolex. I do not understand the point of spending that much money on a watch. So I used to work with this one idiot, and he had this watch collection. It was a nice collection, I'll say this. But what he used to do was he would buy an expensive watch, so that way people would compliment him on it. And then once he stopped getting the compliments on that watch, he would buy another one. That same guy ended up maxing out like 11 credit cards. So not financial advice. For me, like, I don't think you should get like a Walmart $15 watch. Like, it's probably not going to last you a while. Probably not very good either. I think I spent like $150 on my watch. It's like the third one of them I've bought. They always last me like 3 or 4 years. So like, spend a bit of money, but don't cheap out and don't go way over. Oh yeah, and I forgot. He's in Compton right now, wearing a $5,000 watch minimum. How are you not worried about getting robbed wearing that?
Twist off.
Good.
Oh yeah, it's a twist off. Twist offs are the easy ones to take the cap off. And here he is, needing to get somebody else to open it for him.
Twist off?
Yes.
I like your watch, man. What brand is that?
Rolex.
Did you bought it yourself?
It was a gift.
Yo, wait, Dad.
Yo, holla at me.
Me and Neon have something for you too.
Enjoy it. Smirnoff Ice and some caviar.
Alrighty, let's go in a circle first. What are you?
Let's go in a circle first. What are we most thankful for? We're gonna see what World of T-Shirts has to say.
Grateful for. Steiny, I'll let you go first.
Sorry, I'm a knife real quick.
What do you need a knife for, brother?
You just pick up the. You pick it up. I don't eat with my hands.
Oh, that's understandable. I wouldn't want to eat with my hands without a paper towel at least. But he is gonna get this knife, and he is not even gonna be able to eat this rib properly.
Can you get a knife?
Des, we got a knife.
Yeah, I got it.
Can you get a knife? Neon is in disbelief.
He doesn't get down like that, honestly. What kind of knife?
They have all this hired help. And who does World of T-Shirts... Because remember, World of T-Shirts has a very inflated ego. He thinks he is above most other people. I can't speak about this tiny person, but I have a pretty good feeling Neon has a very, very similar feeling. So rather than go to the hired help, he asks Neon, can you get me a knife?
Like a regular knife?
But that's gonna drive him up the wall.
Smirnoff Ice raspberry.
Alrighty. I'm editing. What are you most grateful for? Yeah, let's move that out of the way. Fuck, man. What are you most grateful for?
What are you most grateful for? I don't know.
Man? Put that back aside. What do you need it for?
Look at him. He's just in utter disbelief. Like, he is thinking, I could have gotten any other streamer to come out here instead of World of T-Shirts and gotten better content where I would get more clips. Where I would be clipped more. And instead, he's got World of T-Shirts who's giving him like one-word answers half the time.
Nah, he was gonna cut the rib, but we don't need that. You don't know.
You don't know. He's not even giving any conversation back.
I don't think that's gonna work, man. Loves this chat. Why aren't some of you eating?
Oh, this is one of my favorite parts. Why aren't some of you guys eating pork? Well, Neon is about to say, oh, well, I can't eat pork because I'm Muslim. And then World of T-Shirts is going to say to him, then why did I see you drinking earlier?
I'm Muslim. You're Muslim? Assalamu alaikum. But you were drinking. Huh?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. World of T-Shirts just exposed him.
Were you drinking? Whoa. All my mother's life I don't drink. I thought I saw you drink.
I thought I saw you drinking. I'm assuming if you run in these streamer groups, you're going to say, oh, you know what? We're going to hype each other up. We're going to ignore anything bad. We all do. So that way, like, we appear friendly and we get to do more collabs. World of T-Shirts just does not care. He is saying everything he sees.
Yeah. That's off camera.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this is probably a conversation you should have off camera. If I was Neon, no, I would try and nip that in the bud immediately.
No, hold on. I don't even. Wait, hold on. Put this motherfucker lying on my name. Yeah, he's out. Put it on your life. You saw me drink. I don't know.
This is another great part. So, World of T-Shirts, he has this camera guy. I forget his name. And as you can clearly see, this bottle is in the way of Neon. So the cameraman is moving it out of the way so that way he can get all three streamers in the shot. There's a problem with that. World of T-Shirts wants to drink, and that bottle being a little bit too far that's a problem. So rather than move it where that water bottle is, he's going to say, now leave it.
I don't drink. Stop it.
It's cutting up the frame.
Don't hit your cameraman.
It's cutting up the frame.
Don't hit your cameraman. No, you know what? I'm not going to say I agree with Neon on everything, but that is something I definitely agree on.
Oh, okay. Put it here. Well, now I gotta reach over every time I want to drink it. Motherfucker's lying, bro.
Oh yeah, so remember, the main stream is Steiny and Neon, like, doing their conversations, playing some dice game I don't really understand, getting ice cream. But here on A.D.A, we're covering the star of the show, World of T-Shirts, the real show.
My chat thinks I drink, bro.
Now everyone on my chat thinks I drink, bro, and it's all because of that guy on the left.
Stop moving it. He's trying to get the frame right, though, just blocking me. And then I gotta reach over every.
Well, it looks like Neon's drinking it when you do that.
Yeah, it just makes me look better. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you, man.
You don't have to hold it, bro. Just put it right here. You're good. I'm just keeping the frame good, bro.
So fuck. Good vibes. Yeah, man.
Good vibes. Yeah.
Compton? Yeah.
Oh yeah, you like Compton? Yeah. He's about to say, well, what do you like about Compton? And guess what World of T-Shirts is going to say? I don't know.
What do you like most about Compton? I just like it here.
Oh, what? Did I get that wrong?
Shit, you might as well stay here then. Fuck it. We're hanging out in L.A.
Josh, what's your favorite part about LA?
Oh, no. I wasn't wrong. I was early.
I don't know.
Got anything?
Damn.
Anything good about LA?
Yeah, by the way, I don't drink, bro.
How's that rib?
No, by the way, I don't drink, bro. Just gotta get that out there.
This motherfucker's lying. I'll verify. Off camera, he does shit.
Is the rib something good about LA, Josh?
Yeah, right. Yep. I don't do that. Can you gamble or no? Yeah, of course. What month is Ramadan? It depends. It varies.
Oh, okay, so World of T-Shirts is about to say the most based thing I think that has ever come out of his mouth. He's asking Neon, oh, what month is Ramadan? And so Neon says, oh, well, it actually varies. Why, are you looking to become Muslim? World of T-Shirts is about to look at him dead in the eyes and say, "No, if I was Muslim, I couldn't drink."
It varies, it varies. You want to be Muslim? No, because that means I can't drink anymore.
Based.
For real?
Blade would be proud.
Bet. We'll do it. We'll lock that in. Yeah. We're gonna do a vote. We'll lock that in. Listen, bro, I don't think you should be drinking in general, bro. Why? It's not because.
Why?
Like, you have so much life to you, man. Like, I can drink. It's not wrong to have a few drinks. But you drink more than a few. Don't tell me I can't drink. Leon. My bad. Why are you pressing him? He's trying to get time to cook out.
But I mean, he is taking stabs. He's seeing like a counselor.
That's amazing. Yeah. JP, you gotta pick. You gotta either hit an acapella or we gotta roll dice. I don't have to do anything.
Ooh, I don't have to do anything. You tell him.
I don't have to do either, but if you had to prefer one, what would you prefer? Probably acapella. Okay, can we do that?
Acapella. Is that the continent?
I'll think about it. Oh my
I'll think about it.
The honey, shit, we got the president sitting right next to us. We need the honey. Do you want me to silence the crowd? They're gonna be impressed, I promise you. Not now. You want to give a message to the chat? Not now.
Not now.
Where'd you get killed?
Oh, I love this. So, they just had an ice cream truck pull up. World of T-Shirts got a root beer float. And I guess they sell nachos too, because that's what Neon got. World of T-Shirts, for some reason, is making small talk after being dead silent the entire time, saying, "Oh, where do you get those nachos?" And we're going to see the most awkward conversation of all time.
I'm not giving you shit, bro. I don't want it. I'm just asking where'd you get it. Don't worry about it, sweetheart. Why don't you fuck with me? What would I do to you, bro? Nothing. So why don't you like me? When did I say I didn't like you? I asked, do you fuck with me? You said no.
You got that on your resume.
I was adamant. You were adamant. Who's adamant?
I was out of it.
Why are you screaming at me, man? You know, I'm all about spreading positivity and love and shit, man. Have you ever boxed anyone? I've tried to box, but
See, I did all this shit myself.
Why?
I had big ass trees.
You know what, bro? Come here. I'm gonna give you one. No, thanks.
I don't want one. Look at that face Neon is making. Everything that he has tried to do so far to bring World of T-Shirts into this stream, every bit of content he has tried to get has failed. That is a man who does not know. That's the look of a man who does not know what to do.
Where you got it from?
Yeah. We can get it in. Hey, so y'all like my yard and shit, man? I hope y'all had a good time and enjoyed yourself here.
It's amazing, bro.
You know what I'm saying?
I have never in my life seen someone be as difficult as Joshua Block. They buy him caviar and they bring him to this cookout. Not something I'd be personally interested in, but still pretty kind of them. And he acted like an anchor trying to do nothing. Thankfully, it seems like they already knew this was going to be the case and they had called in an alcohol counselor to talk to him.
I'm JT, man, or Coach J. I've been watching you for a little bit right now. I'm actually not part of the fam here, but I'm actually an alcohol counselor.
Okay.
And I want to have a serious talk with you, man.
Okay.
I want to have a serious talk with you. There's a guy on TikTok, or somewhere at least, I think his name is like World of T-Shirts Drink Counter. And he will show like World of T-Shirts will have like, I don't know, 18 drinks in a night, like on stream. I think the highest I saw was like 30. Which is crazy.
So it looks pretty bad from my angle.
Yes.
You think you have a problem with drinking?
I don't think. I know I have a problem, but I doubt that it's full blown. Like alcoholism.
You know, I thought you might say something like that.
I know, yeah. Brother.
Brought some statistics for you, man.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yo, my bad. You didn't like up this? We're getting serious for like 5 minutes.
See, the rates of alcoholism in America, they're actually a lot higher than you think, okay? So what do you think in men and women? What percentage you think?
I don't know.
We got 70% men. Okay.
Yes.
That's a lot, right?
Yes.
What do you think age-wise?
I don't know.
We got 13%.
I'm at a party right now. I'm having a couple drinks in moderation.
No, I get it. That's what a lot of people say, man.
I'm gonna have a couple drinks here. I'm at a party.
And it never gets out of control?
Occasionally, I drink too much. Daily consumption, I'm averaging like 4 or 5 drinks.
No, that's not true.
Let's all be transparent.
All right, so the cameraman, he sees Josh like every single day. If anybody knows how much Joshua Block, World of T-Shirts, is drinking, it's him.
That's not true, Josh.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not, bro.
Well, my brother Neon.
Yes,
I'll be transparent because we're here not to come at you. We're here to help you.
Yeah. Josh. No. When I'm out of New York, I tend to drink more than 4 or 5 drinks a night.
In New York, you do the same, if not more.
No, I don't.
He's with you every second. He knows, man.
Anybody could tell it, Josh.
But we're not here to come at you.
4 to 5 drinks a night.
No, but as far as the last 3 days, he has done 4 to 5 drinks a day.
So
that's true.
Really
that's what I
the last
in
few
New
days.
York. Sunday through Wednesday, it's 4 to 5, but then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I party.
Right. Really, what they say is you should be consuming around 7 drinks a week. So, I mean,
wait, real quick, sir. Wait, Josh. We're doing this because we care about you. A lot of people my age drink more than they should.
Wait, I've seen you drink at like 8 a.m. off the wake up.
Rarely.
It doesn't matter where it is. It's all
the biggest thing is they had me come down here. They feel like you might have a problem. They showed me your Instagram. Every picture is you drinking.
Not every picture.
Most pictures, I'd say.
Always have a buzzball in your hand.
Not really.
No, just about every day. So what do you like most about drinking? Like the way it makes you feel?
Yes.
But why do you need that to feel alive, man? You know?
I just like to drink. Come on. This is getting ridiculous.
So you don't think it's out of control at all?
I mean, it's a...
You don't think this is getting ridiculous? World of T-Shirts has gotten so drunk, he cannot get out of an Uber to his home and then get up the stairs. Like, those are some of the first clips I've ever seen of him. And it made me think, like, how can people watch this? This is unbelievable.
A little too much, but I doubt. A lot of people who are real alcoholics, they're drinking.
A lot of people who are real alcoholics. A lot of people who are real alcoholics.
15 to 20 shots of hard alcohol a day. I'm not at that point.
Would you say that a real alcoholic would maybe drink from when they wake up, drink in the morning?
What do you mean? I rarely do that. I do that once in a blue moon.
Josh, you're in denial, bro.
I'm not in denial.
Josh Block is absolutely in denial. Right now, he is going through what he calls sober week, and he cannot handle it.
I've seen you drink before noon many times.
No, mostly on weekends and vacations.
But what's classified as a vacation, bro? Like, this is on vacation right now.
Well, it's a business trip, but I'm making a vacation out of it.
Life's a vacation.
Okay, which is great, man.
My brother, it doesn't sound good. It doesn't sound good, man.
It's perfectly normal at my age.
I've been doing this for a while.
Having a drinking problem and...
Okay, so this is my favorite part. He's about to say, I'm in my 20s. Having a drinking problem in your 20s is cool.
Your 20s is cool. Having a drinking...
Like, if you turn 21 and you say, oh, you know what? I just turned 21. I'm going to try a bunch of drinks. That's more understandable, but it's not cool. Like, Mr. Block.
Problem in your 40s is something to be concerned. I do believe I have a problem, but I don't think it's full-blown alcoholism.
But during the week, you can't drink, bro. You gotta work. You gotta focus on your career.
Yeah, I'll think
and then you celebrate. No, we need a for sure right now, because if we leave today, then you're not gonna do it, and I know you're not. We need like a for sure answer right now, bro.
I drink at night, but I can...
It's not true.
Yesterday started at about 8.
Yes, I do.
8 a.m. or 8
No,
p.m.?
8 p.m. last night.
Okay, so that's progress.
I'm in New York. I only drink at night during the week. The videos that you saw during the day, those are from 2023, 2024. I've made some changes.
He's not gonna stop until he's good and ready.
I'll cut down.
Right.
I said that many times, and I've done better.
He's on his second doctor's visit.
Well, how often does he see the doctor?
Some 3 or 2 times last week.
2 times last week? Okay.
Like, he saw him yesterday and checked in was the day before that.
And how is this drinking affecting y'all?
Well, I just met him today.
It sucks.
No.
It sucks.
He can tell you
It
he's
sucks.
with him.
It sucks. It sucks.
How do you feel about that?
I don't think he gives a fuck.
If you guys don't think for any reason hey, yo.
Sure.
You don't
Okay.
think for any reason.
I like this part. When it comes to Josh Block having a handler, this guy seems way better. This guy is a lot better than Mr. Based, from what I understand. So Mr. Based took advantage of Josh Block, used him to make his own name, and overall was a garbage human being. This cameraman, from what I've seen so far, he tries to help Josh out. He says like, hey man, you got to cut down the drinking. When Josh gets out of hand, he'll say like, hey, no, knock it off. Chill out. He'll say to him stuff like, Josh, don't like chase after that guy, blah, blah, blah. And thankfully, these guys aren't like looking for the content. They're just going to say like, no, man, we think you're okay.
I'm enabling him, right?
You're enabling him?
You do think so?
Okay, to be completely honest, if you're around him,
Nah, he's actually. I
you have
spend time with all his people. He's the best.
well, yeah, I agree. I can tell you're good. You're definitely good.
Oh my God, Neon. He was about to say like, I don't know if you're around him. You probably are enabling him. Steiny says, no, man, I've talked to his guys. He's the best. And Neon just changed. He just did a 180 and like said something different.
In the car, just hearing you talk to him, like you want his best interest. But sometimes, like, I mean, you can't force. Like, he's a grown man. You can't fucking like snatch the cup out of his hand.
No, and he wouldn't want to be around anybody that would do that
exactly.
either.
So it's like
I have to give him his
you're in a tough
freedom, but at the same
situation,
time, it is. I mean, he gets annoyed with me when people give him shots, and I'm like, no. So it's like, it is a tough position, dude.
I feel you, bro. But you're definitely trying.
I only do like. I used to do a lot of shots. Now I'll do maybe 1 or 2 occasionally.
Okay.
Like usually if it's a weekend or if I'm doing something like, you know, if I'm like Miami, like I blacked out, but that's one of the few times I ever black out.
When was that? How recent?
Wait,
That was like 2 weeks.
That was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And you blacked out.
I had to carry him into his room. I had to bring him up to his room. I wonder what happens. Josh, Josh, what happens when you can't get out of an Uber? Does the Uber bring you upstairs? How do you get to your room?
I don't black out when I was in Miami. You know, a lot of college kids party hard in Miami.
And that was pretty much it for that stream, or at least the streams that day. That big streamer team up was honestly not very watchable. I didn't like it for the most part. And that would have been the end of our World of T-Shirts segment. But thankfully, the next day, World of T-Shirts and his camera guy would do a little adventure at a college campus. And honestly, this was actually pretty entertaining.
You're a fucking bitch!
Put the fries in the bag! You're a fucking bitch!
I make more than you, bitch!
Oh yeah, he is angry.
Pissing me off! I hate this damn country!
Oh yeah, he's about to say, I hate this country. I want to go back to my real home, Italy.
I want to go back home to Italy. I miss Italy.
Meanwhile, I don't think there's another country he could do this and make what he does.
I want to go home back to Italy.
We're going to Italy, Josh. We're going to have caviar.
I want to live there.
We're going.
I don't just want to go there. I want to live there.
Huh?
Oh, stop filming. Josh Block, look at that anger in his eyes. He's about to chase this soy boy away.
Josh, you want me to quit filming?
No, we're streaming.
We're streaming. Yeah, get out of there. Walk away.
Hey, Chad, do you want me to quit filming?
No, you may fucking not.
Why not?
Because
they're not the thing.
People just want to take a picture with Joshua Block. And he is so riled up, he is saying no. But the cameraman instead is saying, Josh, just take a picture with them. Like, come on.
They're not the same people that drove by in the Tesla, Josh. They're just normal students.
That wasn't even a Tesla. That was a BMW.
Well, either way, it's a nice.
They can't afford a fucking BMW.
It's still a luxurious car.
Did he just say that wasn't a Tesla? That wasn't a Tesla. That was a BMW. They can't afford a BMW.
They can't afford a BMW. They're in fucking
Look at his neck. You can see the veins like popping out.
college. They can't afford a BMW. No! Get that water away from me.
Get that water away from me.
Josh, we should take a picture.
See what? See, you'll never wear one of these.
Oh yeah, here he is flashing off that Rolex that we talked about earlier.
You'll never wear a Rolex in your life.
Josh, come on.
Could I get a quick pic?
You'll never be
Josh,
able to wear a Rolex.
Josh, take a picture with him, bro. Real quick. Actually, they're all going to UCLA. I'm sure they're gonna be able to afford a Rolex.
No, they fucking won't.
Look at how happy that guy is. He's taking a picture with his generation's Christian, or maybe that's Daniel Larson, but one of them. He is just having a blast.
I'm almost positive they're all going to be able to afford a Rolex.
I never went to school.
Josh, we got a ride.
Hey, thank you, man.
Josh, you'll never be able to afford a Rolex.
They're all going to be able to afford a Rolex, Josh.
You'll never be able to afford one.
They'll all be able to afford a Rolex, Josh.
You'll never afford a Rolex.
You guys will all afford a Rolex.
No, you won't. No, they won't.
Josh.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is my favorite part about this whole thing. So the cameraman will chase after World of T-Shirts because, of course, he's the cameraman. He's got to. But it's kind of like when you're playing a third-person video game and you start running and the camera's like behind you and gets all shaky, Gears of War style. That is how this feels to me.
Josh.
See this Rolex? See this Rolex? You'll never be able to afford one. See this Rolex?
Josh.
Rolex? You'll never afford a Rolex. See this Rolex? See this Rolex? You'll never be able to afford a Rolex.
That is how people get robbed. You see this Rolex? You see this, I don't know, let's assume it's $7,000. The guy who bought it went a little higher than base model. Even if it's just $5,000, like, chill.
Rolex. You'll never be able to afford a Rolex.
I think they will, Josh. They went to UCLA.
You'll never be able to afford a Rolex.
They go to UCLA.
I make way more than you, and your parents paid to get you into this school.
Josh, can I get a picture? Can I get a picture, please?
I love your videos. I'm not trying to do anything bad, okay? I love you, man. Can I just get a picture? I love you, man.
Hey, Josh, put the fries in the bag.
Josh, see this Rolex? See this Rolex? You'll never be able to afford it. I make more money than you'll ever see in your life.
This man is a cartoon character.
I don't want to do this anymore.
Josh, stop. Josh, stop. What is that? This is a fake phone drop. Don't drop it. Don't drop it.
I'm going to drop it.
Don't drop it.
Oh, okay, yeah, he's got the two signs. He's got the phone. His phone isn't even in a case. If anybody should have their phone in a case, it is this man wearing the same t-shirt he wore the day before.
Drop it, Josh.
I'm going to fucking drop it.
Please don't do it. Don't drop it, Josh.
I don't want to be on TikTok anymore. Fuck you, TikTok. It's all your fault. TikTok ruined my fucking life.
Josh.
Fuck you, TikTok.
We just want a picture. We get a picture. We get a picture. We get a picture.
Come on,
if it wasn't for TikTok, I wouldn't be in this mess. How could they allow such a dangerous app to be around? How could they?
Okay, so he is currently screaming about TikTok. In the last A.D.A, when Bill Clinton kids said to him like, "Oh, what would you do if they got rid of TikTok off the TikTok shop? What would you do if they got rid of TikTok in America?" And he said, "Oh, I would just go to Mexico as a refugee, and I would do TikTok there." Now he's screaming about how he hates TikTok. He hopes it dies. It ruined his life. TikTok is responsible for all his problems.
Allow it. This app has got some people hurt.
Josh.
Okay, Josh.
This app has claimed lives.
Josh, we got it right if we want it.
This app has claimed lives.
Congratulations, everyone.
Fuck you, TikTok.
Josh, watch out.
I get Rolex and you don't.
Could you imagine getting outran by Joshua Block? Like, his cameraman, from what I've seen, he doesn't look like he's out of shape. But he is just nowhere near this, like, speed.
$5, Josh the Road. No, we gotta go back up the hill. Josh, no, we gotta run back up the hill. I make more money than you. I make more money than you. Josh,
the worst part is Josh Block does make more money. I want to say like 99.9% of people on that campus. He's going to cry not too long from now saying, I only make $400,000 a year. I live in poverty. Like, I don't know how he does it. If I made $400,000 a year, people could yell, put the fries in the bag until the cows come home.
I make more than you, bitch! You fucking I have a real fucking job, and I make more than you!
Josh, it's fine. Josh, it's okay.
I make more than you!
Josh, let him go. He's winning.
How'd they find me?
Hey, bitch.
How'd they find me? How did they find me while I'm streaming my exact location? So I've heard him yell that out like a nice few times now, so I think it might just be like something he says. But it is such a dumb thing to say, especially when they say like, hey, we're at the ULCA campus.
In the 50s.
No, I'm not!
We gotta go back up the
You'll never afford a Rolex!
He goes to UCLA, he's gonna be able to get one, bro.
I make more than you! You want to fight?
He goes to UCLA.
Ah, it's on now!
Josh, he's gonna be able to afford one when he goes to UCLA. It's gonna
no, he can't!
We gotta go back up the hill.
You want to fight, bitch?
I don't think so.
I want a lawyer! Help me pay for one!
Okay, this is my absolute favorite World of T-Shirt freakout in this entire video. He is just going to absolutely lose it.
Josh.
I could not. Look at how red his forehead is. Look at how red his entire face is. Like the back of his neck, you can see veins popping out. And he is making these screeches I don't think I would ever be able to do if I tried. It reminds me, if anyone has watched like Mr. Medicare years ago when he covered Bathtub Ross, there is this one video. It's called Ross Megary, or at least whenever I like want to watch it, I will look it up. And it is just this guy, Ross, in a hotel room, like arguing with people on Discord, and he lets out this banshee wail that comes out, and he just does not stop until he gets kicked out of the hotel. This is like the closest I have ever heard to that screech.
I don't get paid enough!
Josh, it's okay. Josh, Josh, the car's waiting.
I swear, every time I pause him, it could be another... It's a piece of art. Like, look at that face. Again, like, his veins are popping out both sides of his neck. He looks like he's about to cry. And if I unpause this and paused it like a second later, he would have a completely different facial expression that conveys a completely different emotion.
You find me!
Come on, we go up the hill. Just ignore it, Josh.
I make more than you!
Josh, just ignore it.
I make $500K a year! No, you don't! How'd you find me? I only...
Oh, okay, so here we have Joshua Block inside of I think it's an Uber, or maybe it's like some guy they called. He seems a bit friendlier with Josh Block, letting him do whatever he wants, really. And they're being chased by some guy on an electric scooter, screaming out, put the fries in the bag, as he drives by them. I think this is actually the part, though, where he says, like, I only make $400,000 a year. That's less than a janitor.
I make $400K a year.
Oh, yeah, it is.
I only make $400K a year. I only make $400K a year. It's not fair. It's not fair. Everybody makes more than me.
Everybody makes more than me. I wish that was true.
Josh, you make more than me, buddy.
Even janitors make more than 400K.
Even janitors make more than 400K.
Why do I make less money than a fucking janitor?
Why do I make less money than a janitor? If he ever had to work as a janitor, getting like their salary, he would lose it when he realized what he has right now is the best he could possibly have.
Only 400K a year, that's all I make. Why do I make less money than a fucking janitor? I'm pissed off. Why do I make less? 400K a year is less than a fucking janitor makes. Why me? Why am I in poverty? I don't want to be.
Why am I in poverty? Well, okay, I'll say this. Number one, Mr. Block, you live in New York City. That's probably like, I don't know if it's the most taxed place in like the United States, but it's got to be bad, especially at his income bracket. I'd say he probably spends most of his money too. With him, like, poverty is probably a choice.
Online anymore. I want to get a job. A minimum wage job again.
I want to get a minimum wage job again. What minimum wage job could he possibly do? Let's say, I don't know, goes to work at McDonald's, Burger King, somewhere you actually put the fries in the bag. First of all, that place would get doxxed immediately. Like, there would be one sighting of him, and all of a sudden, all these Zoomer weens would start showing up. If he works at the counter, they would walk in with their cameras on, say, hey, can I get this order? And just say, put the fries in the bag. He'd have a freak out and get fired. Drive-through, pretty similar. What he is now is the best that he's ever going to have, and he's kind of stuck with it too.
What are you gonna get a job at, Josh?
400K a year's not enough. I'm so poor.
Why don't you work at the rubber band factory?
I'll still be poor.
You make rubber bands.
I'll still be
different type of band.
I'll still be poor though.
You think?
I'm poor as it is.
How's your pink lemonade, Josh?
It's pretty good.
How many drinks you had today, Josh?
Just one.
You seem pretty sober.
I'm fucking poor. 400K a year is not enough.
400K is not enough.
Even janitors make in a luxury neighborhood.
Is this a luxury neighborhood?
Okay, here we are. This is after a nice bit of walking, after they got out of that car. Here, World of T-Shirts is like surrounded by all these people who know who he is. They are about to start saying, put the fries in the bag, and he will lose it differently than every other time we've seen before. At least in my opinion, because the camera will like go around him like that Mr. Krabs meme.
Yes.
Not yet. They all love you, bro. Everybody here.
You don't belong in this
You don't belong in this neighborhood. You need to go back to Skid Row.
neighborhood. Get out and go back to Skid Row. What? Go back to Skid Row. Skid Row.
Don't tweet, Josh.
No. You live in Skid Row. Get out of this luxury neighborhood.
Look at all these people just filming him.
Fight, bitch? You wanna fight, bitch?
You wanna fight? I can't even say that without laughing. You wanna fight, bitch?
Fight? Fight?
Josh, stop. I got it. It's okay. It's okay.
No, they fucking didn't.
It's okay.
Go to Italy.
It's okay.
Yes,
Josh,
I
where's the Uber?
can.
Where's the Uber? How close?
Josh, you're broke, bro. 400K years I can go to Italy and I'm not broke. You want to fight?
Josh, stop. It's okay. Josh, it's okay.
Do you want to fight, bitch?
Josh, you make more than all of them, bro. You're good.
You want to fucking
He
fight?
got your back. You're good. You're good.
I'll fucking beat you up. I'll beat you up.
Josh, they're not, bro. You're good. You're good. We're here.
I'll beat the fucking shit out of you.
You're not beating the shit out of nobody, bro. Stop, please. Josh, stop. Come on, I got you.
See this Rolex? You'll never.
Oh yeah, flashing the Rolex to a crowd of people. What a smart thing to do, even if it's a nice neighborhood.
Be able to approach.
Josh, I think they all have Rolexes. Josh, they all. Josh, it's okay.
I ain't gonna lie, these niggas got the rollie up.
I can move to Italy and I can.
Josh.
No, they fucking didn't.
They didn't.
Shithead.
What an adventure he is on.
Josh, get in the car. Josh, get in the car.
For Josh.
No. Now, what you're about to see is there are these two streamers who they sort of met up with him, said, hey, like, you know what? We like you. We're streaming on Party 2. They try to get in this Uber with the cameraman and Josh Block, and the cameraman just says, like, no, go away.
No, get out of the fucking car. Get out of the fucking car, bro. Close the fucking door, bro.
They have not.
Yeah, this guy is not doing this for the content. Like, maybe he is. I'm sure he gets, like, paid for this pretty reasonably, but when it comes to Josh Block, he has been helping this guy out, like, taking over, making sure the right things are being done. If World of T-Shirts is gonna have, like, a sidekick, this is the guy to have. Like, this is his wrangler.
They have a knife.
Oh, yeah. So now, World of T-Shirts is gonna say, they have a knife. They tried to kill me for my Rolex. When that never happened, I unfortunately cut this out. I know I did, or at least I never recorded it. World of T-Shirts is about to call 911 and say, like, I was just robbed. They had a knife. They tried to kill me for my Rolex. And this guy just like shut it down and said, Joshua, hang up the phone. Like, that did not happen. Do not waste police resources.
They're after me with knives. They have a knife. They're trying to assassinate me. I have a following. They're trying to assassinate me. This way they can get my Rolex. They want to assassinate me to get my Rolex off.
You're fine, Josh.
They have knives. They're after me with knives.
No, they're not, Josh.
Yes, they are.
No, they weren't.
They have a knife. I'm just gonna throw the Rolex in the garbage. They're killing me over it. They're gonna kill me for a Rolex.
No, it's killing you, Josh.
It's just a fucking watch. Why do they want it so bad that they're gonna assassinate me for it? It's just a fucking watch.
I could not be an Uber driver. Like, if this is what they put up with, like, no thank you.
Why do they want to try to assassinate me for this thing?
I don't think they want to assassinate you, Josh.
They tried to steal my Rolex, and then they pulled out a knife. They pulled out a knife and said, give me your Rolex. They pulled out a knife and said, give me your Rolex.
No, they didn't, Josh.
They pulled out a knife and said, give me your Rolex. It's just a fucking watch. Why do they want it so bad?
So honestly, that was a pretty fun stream, but thankfully there was one more thing that happened at the very end of May. And you know what that was? Joshua Block and his cameraman decided they were going to go to Santa Monica and go to the pier. Well, guess what? Joshua Block got arrested. Oh, I'd like to file a complaint. He's walking up to this cop who's already trying to do something.
Josh, there's no complaint. Josh, you're doing something. Josh, just stop. Josh, come on.
No, do
Josh,
something.
Josh, there's nothing. Josh,
No,
there's
do
nothing
something.
wrong.
No, so I was at that burger
Watch your hands,
place
Josh.
there, and people were saying fries in the bag.
I want you to imagine you're this cop. You do not have any concept of who World of T-Shirts is. And this man walks up to you and says, I'd like to make a complaint. You say, hey, I'm kind of doing something right here, but there are a couple more officers over there. And he says, I was just at this burger place and they said put the fries in the bag. Like, you would think like some crackhead walked up to you.
He's got real fucking world problems he's doing. Sorry. Josh, come on. Jesus.
No, you sent that.
No, you.
Josh, no, he did. Josh, he didn't sign anything. Come on. Jesus, Mary and Joseph, come on.
I'm
Fucking A.
reporting.
If I was that cop, like, I'd be in disbelief at what I just heard. No, you send a police helicopter here.
All these people.
Yeah, you can't report everybody on the boardwalk, bro.
Yes, I can.
It's a hate.
Believe it or not. Josh, stop.
No. Excuse me. What? I didn't do nothing.
Just like that, he's getting arrested.
No, I ain't doing it.
Now.
You know him?
I'm okay.
Oh, you know him? I just was walking him off the boardwalk.
I don't have it. Yes, it's okay, okay?
Do you have a disability or anything? Yes, he's autistic.
I was just here on...
Where's your family?
I'm away, okay?
We need to call your parents.
No, don't.
You know him?
He gets swatted. This is a joke.
He gets swatted all the time. He got swatted last night.
Someone said he threw a phone.
He didn't throw a phone. That's a lie. That's a lie. They swatted us last night. We have proof of it.
Wait, so you're with him?
I'm walking him off the boardwalk.
Wait,
Yes.
are you with him?
Yes, I'm his friend. Yes.
Then can you tell us about it?
That's what I was trying to. He's autistic. They swatted the house last night too.
Why am I being detained? Looks like Mr. Block should have watched a few more, what are they called? Sovereign citizen videos. That would have gotten him out of this situation right now.
Why are you
Someone was calling active.
We're streaming live.
Is he?
We're streaming
Not
live.
really.
Like a famous.
Yes.
I had like
Yes.
2 drinks.
So he's like a famous YouTuber.
They're cornering him on the boardwalk, and he's trying to get away. He's having.
There are 4 cops behind him. And the funniest part is, Joshua Block probably makes more than all of them combined.
He's having a Tourette's reaction. Yes, I'm walking him away.
What's that? Let's get him here.
It's fine.
What did I do?
Is it?
Rapid SOS?
They're calling on the internet, from the internet to mess. They're wasting resources. Josh, it's okay. They're just escorting you off.
Who else is with you?
Okay, just us. I'm with his friend. They're calling because of this right
And then
now.
who else is with
That's it. Nobody. There's a guy that got a.
Oh, and they're yelling out, put the fries in the bag, while the cops are just walking him along. World of T-Shirts is an actual menace. And you know what? I'm going to make this prediction. He is going to become the only use me blade of the masses. And if he does, I am absolutely okay with that. Ever since he retired, there's been a little hole in my heart that's been waiting to get filled. And that is the end for our World of T-Shirts segment. We will now be moving on to a classic A.D.A topic, that being Nicholas Rekieta. I don't think we've covered Nick Rekieta in a little while, and that's okay. Before we go any further, I would like to give a special thanks to Alyssa Clips for clipping a large amount of the clips we're about to see in this segment. If you remember, the last time we talked about him, we talked about how he is no longer allowed to do drugs or drink booze for the next 5 years. And because of that, he has started doing whippets. Well, he has also admitted that now he will start abusing his Adderall when he gets stressed out.
I get 10 milligrams of Adderall and I get 30 a month. And I don't know if you know this, but you don't get to refill Adderall, like more than your prescription. They don't.
I cannot get my Adderall prescription refilled early. So therefore, it just makes sense that I would abuse it.
They don't do that. You don't get to like do early refills or anything. So there's 300 milligrams of Adderall total for 30 days. Abusing it, it's not very much from what I hear. I think people do like 70 milligrams at a time or something like that to really kick it up. 50, I'm not sure. I use it for very small bursts of like whatchamacallit. First of all, Adderall, I've never had Adderall do anything more than just mildly keep me awake. But that's because I only use it for spot fatigue for my narcolepsy. When I get stressed out a lot is usually when it happens, but
he uses it when he gets stressed out. Now, I'm no Adderall expert. I actually don't know a whole lot about it, but I have a funny feeling you're not supposed to just take it when you're stressed.
When I get stressed out, my narcolepsy kicks in a little harder. And so it's nice to have something just that isn't an all day thing. Like my modafinil is like, that's all day. That's 12 hours or whatever. But just a 10 milligram boost of Adderall helps get through those things. So yes, I'm still allowed to have anything I'm prescribed.
He's allowed to use Adderall because it's prescribed. Therefore, he can abuse it, and if it shows up on the drug test, no big deal.
And I have that. I don't know. It is not the same. by any stretch of the imagination. Believe me. But that's fine. Like, you know.
But again, it was not just Adderall that Nick Rekieta was taking. Because, like I said earlier, he's on whippets too. I'm going to show this clip. I want you to ask yourself, does this sound like a sober man?
I'm back.
I'm back.
Yo, YouTube's doing the weird thing where its view count starts skyrocketing.
Okay, so my knowledge of whippets, for the most part, is watching Galaxy Gas videos. Like, Nick Rekieta is clearly on something. Most likely, whippets, again. He sounds completely, like, abnormal. If you were in a coffee shop and somebody walked in talking like this, you and everyone else would just look at them.
Even though they're not here. Hi to the not real people.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at your transcript.
Sure.
I'm going to take advantage. I'm going to run an ad when this thing peaks out. Sorry, I don't know if it's real. If they're going to give me a shitload of live viewers, I'm going to take advantage of it, damn it.
Rackets. Well, not long later, on the 7th of May, and Nick Rekieta was 30 minutes late to his stream. Now, what kind of excuse could he have possibly had for that? Well, apparently it was because his wife asked him to make her ramen at 4 a.m. Now, this is a request I could only assume like a pregnant woman would give you. This excuse is actually like my dog ate my homework.
Yes, I apologize for being late. Really do. I finally got to sleep last night, and then I wake up. Lady Rackets is like,
how about that ramen?
We were talking about earlier.
If you wake up in the middle of the night and you want ramen, like that is dead simple to make. You do not have, there's no time I could imagine waking up, wanting ramen, and going to the person next to me in bed and saying, hey, could you make me ramen? Like, just get up yourself.
It's like, woman, I'm supposed to be in bed asleep. I don't want to make ramen at 4 a.m. But I made ramen at 4 a.m. because it was delicious.
He would have been better off just saying, hey, you know what? Sorry, slept through my alarm. Like, that makes sense. My wife asked me at 4 a.m. to make her ramen does not. Well, now we have some new updates. The next day, on May 8th, Patrick Melton, a total freak that I went over in the first A.D.A, posted this to his Blue Sky, or at least it looks like Blue Sky. They have nothing. This looks like a wedding ring, doesn't it? Well, from what I understand, Aaron Imholt, Nick Rekieta's swinger buddy, sent his ex, April, her wedding ring and a poem. She then, for some reason, gave this ring to Nick Rekieta. Nick Rekieta then, for some reason, gave this to Patrick Melton. Not one of these people thought to sell it. Well, come May 17th, and Nick went on a podcast I had never heard of before called Pretty Antisocial. This had a couple of good moments in it. My personal favorite being that Nick admitted to the Coke bullet.
But, you know, she's... I want to be very clear. Nobody saw that bullet anywhere near a child.
Okay, so I don't think I've ever, talked about this before. So, according to Aaron Imholt, there was a Coke bullet. It was a bullet shell that they would just fill with Coke and do it out of. He claims that one day he saw this thing next to his toddler daughter or very young daughter. And that's when he said, that is it. This is over. And he kicked Nick out of the house. Now Nick is going to say, oh, well, that story's impossible because I was doing Coke out of it all night.
And I'm pretty sure it wasn't because I'm pretty sure I was using it all night.
Right.
That was my stash. He says I brought the safe in. I never brought that safe in their house. I'm not an idiot.
Now, what could be in that safe? Nick Rekieta had 2 separate drug safes in that house.
The safe was about this big, right? So it's maybe 18 inches and by about 6 inches by about 3 inches. and it was it's like a safe you could put in your car and put a gun in there or something, quick access type thing. And so it was in the back of my car. I would never bring it in their house because it's this huge safe and it had a bunch of drugs in it, and it just didn't belong in the house. I just didn't want to leave it at my house. If my kids are there, like with the nanny or whatever, I didn't want a pile of drugs in there. So
Right.
But it would just stay in the trunk of my car, and then I had my own little canister for it. But that's what I had. Like, if I needed more, I would have to go out and refill it. So when he's like, "Yeah, you left this on the couch." First of all, I don't sit next to children on couches because
what kind of an excuse is this? First off, I don't sit next to children on couches
because I'm a fucking adult, and that's not my kid. So that wasn't happening.
Right.
Second of all, neither I nor April nor Kayla saw that thing anywhere near anybody. The last place it was in my shorts, and April and I were up pretty much most of the night watching Game of Thrones and doing cocaine, like out of the bullet. So how it got...
Okay, I forgot about that. We were up most of the night doing coke and watching Game of Thrones. Now, I have actually never seen an episode of Game of Thrones in my life. But something about it tells me, hey, that is not what people do when watching it.
Magically teleported to a couch, I think, might have more to do with someone...
Magically teleported to a couch. Well, you know what Nick was probably also doing at that time? He was probably drinking. So I'm sure there are a couple of gaps in his memory.
And grabbing it out of my shorts, which were on the ground, and taking it and claiming that it was somewhere else. But who knows, you know? What I do know is that I was doing cocaine all night. April doesn't believe that story. The way he tells it is great.
Okay, you know what I have not heard in this story? That there was not a kid around. He is openly saying, like, yeah, me and April, we did coke all night in this home with a child in it. How is he presenting himself as, like, not a horrible person? He said, I don't sit on couches next to children. So yeah, that kid was in the home.
Because it's changed like 15 times. And,
okay, you know what? I shouldn't be surprised. I shouldn't even have said that. Because he would openly do drugs in the same home as his children too.
He would
get blackout drunk and then drive his kids around like a couple hours later.
There was a huge mess over the fact that he told his wife to leave when she was pissed off at me at first, because she at first was like, how did you do this? I was like, I didn't. Like, this is crazy. Like, there's no way that happened. We were using it all night, but I don't know.
So that was pretty interesting, but not so funny. This is actually pretty funny. So Nick would say how upset he got when he found out Aaron Imholt was going around doing like this news tour, telling everybody what had happened. My favorite quote from this is like, if you're ever in this situation, don't do what he did.
What was your first reaction when you heard about Aaron going on this media tour after the arrest happened and everything?
My reaction was watching two women be absolutely devastated.
Yeah, why were they devastated? Because of their own actions.
Day after day after day. And of course, he lied in that video. He had started a couple weeks prior to us getting arrested.
Mm-hmm.
But the media tour was like, it was a different character. It was vicious. It was mean. It was very, very...
It was vicious. It was mean. I wonder why.
Personal and private. And then the other thing was, again, like a lot of these stories were way overblown, but they had elements of truth to them. And so, and there was no way to respond to any of it without either compromising someone or potentially compromising, our criminal defense case. So watching him do it was literally, it was horrifying. And it was really shitty. It was a shitty thing to do. I wouldn't.
It was a shitty thing to do. You know what I think is a shitty thing to do, Mr. Rekieta? Ignoring your kids, not feeding them, not doing their laundry, so that way you can do drugs. Living in a hoarder home, which we're going to get into soon. I don't think that Aaron Imholt going around telling people what the true situation was the bad thing in that time. I think that out of everything that happened with this situation, that's probably at the very bottom of the barrel.
If anybody else is out there, like, and you're thinking about it, don't do that to someone.
Yeah, don't do that to somebody. Don't do that to someone. What a snake. If you want to talk about don't do something to somebody, here, Nick Rekieta is lying about his ex-nanny, saying that she gave his kids alcohol.
The former nanny, by the way, that bitch.
This is like the worst thing he's done. So he just went on that rant saying, yeah, don't rat on people that are neglecting their kids. And now he's actually going to go out of his way to lie about this nanny, saying how, like, she wasn't taking care of his kids, gave them alcohol, paid them to, like, chug Monster Energy drinks, gave them White Claws. And then he's going to say, oh, but you know what? Actually, I already contacted her new employer, so no one else has to do anything. The only reason I think he did that was so that way there aren't any of his audience contacting her new employers to say that, because he does not want that getting back.
I've been finding out she gave my 11-year-old alcohol. She paid when my daughter had a friend over to stay the night. She paid each of them $75 to chug 2.
Okay, I want you to listen to this. She paid them $75 to chug 2 Monster Energy drinks. Does this make any sense to you? If you were a nanny, why would you put that much money into the job?
Monster Energy drinks in a row.
What?
Yeah, finding out about this shit has been really nice. But yeah. She stole my liquor like crazy.
Oh yeah, she stole my liquor like crazy. Nick Rekieta would drink a bottle of whiskey a night. And that was just him alone. When you factor in Aaron Imholt, his wife, and April, they could easily go through like a bottle and a half, 2 bottles a day. There was no way he could actually like count that. And so he's going to put the blame saying, oh yeah, she stole my bottles. There's no way he could have had any sort of inventory done. And he had a ton of bottles too. So I don't think he was counting them.
But I thought it was someone else. And I actually I griped at the person who I thought was drinking the alcohol. I was like, because I'd come back from like a 2-day trip or whatever, and there'd be like bottles of whiskey missing. Some of these things,
there would be bottles of whiskey missing. None of this story makes sense.
Like $150 bottles. So I'd care that they were gone. And I thought it was someone else. And it turns out she would just, I've been finding this out from my kids. Like she would just go up into our bedroom and just pound down liquor sitting in bed. And that's how she was nannying our children. So
the babysitter apparently would just take a bottle, go up to the bedroom, and pound it down. There's an issue with that. Nicholas Rekieta has a camera system inside of his home. So somehow, months and months, actually over a year after, he is just finding this out now. Didn't think to check the cameras, Mr. Rekieta? Instead, just accuse somebody else of taking the bottles? No, none of this story makes sense.
It's been nice to learn about. I might report her to the police. I don't.
Oh, yeah. So this is before he said, oh, yeah, I reported her. No, here he's saying, I might report her. I'm sorry, but if somebody was if a nanny that I trusted with my children did that, like, no, the police would be called. I would have used my camera system to show, like, the evidence. He is just saying this because he needs it both ways. She can't get in trouble for this, but he needs a scapegoat. Now, that was not the only time Nick Rekieta talked about that story. He talked about it again a couple of days later. Unfortunately, I don't have the day written down.
We were out of town for a couple days, and she was watching the kids, and she called up Lady Raggeds in it would have been the middle of the day. Because yeah, we were at a convention, so we're talking before 5 o'clock, and she was sorry, it was about 9 o'clock. It was about 9 o'clock, so it was safe, And she was calling us from our bedroom which is where she would stay when she stayed with the kids. No problem with that. And then she's calling us from our bedroom, obviously critically intoxicated. And it's pretty disconcerting to have that happen. But, she was a nanny and she was watching the kids, but we also have a 17-year-old. So,
yeah, she was supposed to be looking after the kids, but we also had a 17-year-old, so it's okay. Well, what do you even hire her for then?
Not super concerned if anybody needed anything. They had siblings to be there as well. But, this is someone that we paid. I mean, her annual income was well north of $50,000 plus expenses. Like I said, when she left our employment, she left at one of the worst possible times in the middle of the school year that required.
When she left at one of the worst possible times. You know why Nick Rekieta is so mad about that? He sees the nanny as partially responsible for him getting caught.
Some days 3 drivers. Because of the kids having different activities in different places at the same time. Abandoning us at that point.
Abandoning. That home was like a hoarder pit. All the adults in it were on drugs. Is that abandoning, or is that just saying, hey, you know what? I cannot do this job anymore. I quit. No.
We asked her to stay and finish out the school year, and she said no. Abandoning us at that point was absolutely brutal, and it was devastating to our schedule. It added tons of stress. It made me unable to stream almost entirely during the daytime for a significant amount of time. And, to find out that she was doing that while being extremely intoxicated and while giving our one of our children alcohol. We never drank alcohol with her. We never, she was obviously not involved and had no knowledge of the drug stuff at all.
Oh, you better believe she knew, Mr. Rekieta. Maybe you could get away with being on drugs and drunk once or twice around somebody. But if they live with you and they see it every day, no, you're going to get caught. There is no way her and the kids did not notice.
She stated that to the police as well, I believe, if I remember her interview correctly, and I will happily back her up and say that she had no knowledge of that activity and should not be in any way accused with or associated with it. That was not on her at all, and I would not have people misunderstand that. I don't have a lot of interest in re-traumatizing my child by re-exposing.
Oh yeah, I don't want to re-traumatize my kid, so that's why I'm not going to report her. He's just coming up with every excuse he can think of, so that way he doesn't have to get into a legal case where he's exposed for being a liar.
Her to the nanny who did this stuff, I really don't. It'd be a hard case to prove anyway. It's he said, she said. My child would have to testify for that. I'm not really interested in that. I don't care. I'm more concerned that
I don't care. Father of the year.
Employers know, and we have made her current employers aware of it because her new employers are. She does the same job for them, so obviously we would want them to know.
Now, why was Mr. Rekieta going on about the nanny so much? Well, he was worried about the body cam footage coming out. If you do not know, Null from the Kiwi Farms has been actively trying to get that body cam footage made public. I believe it was last year he put out a GoFundMe asking for money so that way they could pay to get that footage. I threw a $20 bill in there, and with that footage on the way, he was trying to come up with an excuse on why the home was so messy. Null would announce on May 23rd that if that footage was not released by, I think it was June 2nd, he was going to sue for it.
It's time to talk about Rekieta and his household of intoxicated children.
Now, that is a reference to Ethan Ralph saying Nick Rekieta and his household of, Mongoloid children? Whatever it was
Let
not
me start
nice.
this off strong. Things are progressing. In fact, chat, if I may be so bold, 2 more weeks, Kiwi sisters. I am expecting an update.
I wish.
June. And if that update is not the body cam footage. I commit to this. I am suing Candy, Ohio County. Every single thing we have received. I don't want to be too. I don't want to say too much because I know that Rekieta is paying close attention and is deeply concerned. Developments have happened which paved the way for the body cam footage to be released. If the body cam footage is not released, then I will sue. So that's it. There is no reason for it not to be released at this point. We've squared away everything, and the only thing holding us back is the sheriff's office actually fucking doing it. If the sheriff's office does not fucking do it, and does not make good on what is basically promised to us at this point, we have no choice but to sue, and we have the eager legal representatives required to handle such a lawsuit.
I want that body cam footage. We're going to get into something later that's as close as we're going to get for a while. Now, I know what you're thinking. Adenum, this segment sucks. Brackets is a whiner and a liar. This is like Cyraxx without the rage. Well, that's where you're wrong, because we're about to see Mr. Rekieta get red in the face mad, screaming. May 23rd, same day as that Matt the Internet, was also the 1-year anniversary of his arrest, and he decided he was going to go on to Patrick Melton's show to celebrate it.
It's a 1-year anniversary of his arrest, ladies and gentlemen. Nick Rekieta. Hi, Nick.
What's up, Nick?
All right, we have Patrick Melton in the top right. Sorry, top left. We have, I think it's called Tukey, the puppet, in the middle top. I have no idea who the two people on the right are. And then, of course, Rackets, bottom left.
Happy anniversary!
Thank you. It's nice. You know, I'm not talking with my anniversary anymore.
You're not talking with it?
It's been tough.
My fallen angel! She won't talk to me either!
Whoa! Keanu says, shall I share?
So this is Keanu Thompson. I tried to listen to her once with something Nick Rekieta, Aaron Imholt related, and the show was the most boring thing I've ever seen in my life. She, just by being in this call, is going to make Nick Rekieta lose his mind. Shall I share the text from her about you emotionally abusing April? Bitch. Because I have those too.
The text from her about you emotionally abusing April. Bitch, because I have those too.
You have a penchant for sharing the text of someone who never wanted you to.
Uh-oh. Nick Rekieta is about to cope a little.
Yeah, I
don't know what to say about you. You're one of the grossest people I've ever met.
Now we're finally fucking caught up. Here's Kiki.
Hi, I'm so glad you took time to read all of them.
Okay, she's peeking.
Did you or did you not get into a? Did you or did you not get into a blame April for missing your drug test? And did she or did she not call me hyperventilating, crying?
Talk yourself out of this one, Nick.
A drug test.
Yes.
No, I didn't blame
You
April
said
for
to
missing
her,
the drug test.
from how she put it, you said to her, I've never heard somebody fucking so upset in my entire life. Crying, hyperventilating, beside herself crying, saying, well, Kayla and I got into a fight about you, so we couldn't make it to our drug test.
What do you want me to say?
You made it up? You think she made it up?
No, I don't think she made it up. I just didn't blame April for missing a drug test.
Okay, so you did miss the drug test.
Yeah, I missed the drug test. What are you talking about?
You're wrong. You're confusing.
When did you get the
wrong? You're getting it wrong because you're not plugged into this again.
No. I'm genuine. Well, when did you get the permission from her to share the text messages?
It was written on her boyfriend's middle finger, you dumb bitch.
Well, answer the question.
Got it.
Answer the question. When did you get the permission?
We talked about it for months and months and months. You talked to her.
And then you hadn't talked to her since January or March at a traffic stop. Did you get the permission?
How do I talk to her at a traffic stop?
She's 40 fucking years.
You're mixing up stories.
So if you hadn't talked to her in months, then do you still have the permission to show the
She's like,
text
you're retarded.
You're literally the dumbest person on the planet.
Look how red you are. Look how red you are. When did you get the permission? When did you get the permission?
She's actually I don't know what it is, but every time Keanu seems to speak, Nicholas Rekieta gets quieter. It's like they have auto ducking on. And every time, again, like she speaks, his audio levels go down.
Did you get the permission? When did you get the permission?
Kiki, you got to let him answer, honey.
Kiki.
No, he's not gonna.
I'm trying to answer you. I was in a relationship with April that ended in November. I spoke to her through January. We had planned
You told
the
Pretty
entire.
Antisocial you saw her last time in March. And then you
didn't
told
talk.
somebody
It
else.
was in a
April.
car.
In separate cars, 40 yards away. Keep up, you dumb fucking
Jesus
retard.
Christ, she's
Get
dumb.
Gino in here to put your leash on so
When have you ever gotten this angry? I would like you to think about that. Like, if you were in your home screaming at the top of your lungs into a microphone, getting red in the face, maybe you should think about a different profession.
you drag you through a logic question, you dumb bitch. What is wrong with you?
I'm genuinely
asking. Put your helmet on so you can eat some soup later. You dumb piece of shit.
They saw each other in cars across the street. They weren't talking.
No, you said literally I had
No, you dumb bitch.
permission.
You doxed a woman that I really, really cared for and put her in
didn't know
danger
where she
because
was
you're so
living.
fucking stupid. You thought that that would be a good idea. You took her entire.
So, from what I understand, April Imholt was living in Nick Rekieta's guest house. Keanu thought that this was common knowledge and mentioned it one day on her show. And so that is what Nick Rekieta is losing his mind over right now.
Her privacy and shredded it with her ex-husband who beat her. You fucking
What do you mean?
cunt.
No,
I hope someone grabs you by the
you
ripped
fucking
you in
bitch,
half.
shut up.
Go
No,
die.
you're wrong.
You're the
You're wrong.
dumbest person
Stop
ever.
her how?
What you did to her is evil.
Look at him. He is getting as red as that Joker suit jacket behind him. That is absolute cope and seethe.
Knew she was
You're
living in the house next door.
evil.
Everyone knew she was living in the
No,
house
they
next
didn't.
door. Yes,
No, they didn't. I have the text
did.
messages of her
And
saying,
then
how
what?
could
And then
Keanu
what?
do
When
this to
Kayla-
me?
And then
Why
she
would
calls
she
me
do this to
crying.
me?
When she calls me crying and saying,
She
I
didn't
can
call
only
you
go
crying.
over there.
She
I can't.
stopped calling you in October, you retard.
She did. I can only go over there. I can only go over there when Kayla leaves the house, and that's the only time he wants to hang out with me. When Kayla leaves, and then I can only go over there, and then he wants to bone me, and then I have to leave again.
Yeah,
and then
we
when
weren't on the best terms, you dummy.
Okay,
I
I'm
also
just
told her I wouldn't have
asking.
sex with her anymore, and I stopped. What the fuck is wrong with you?
You
were
said
in
I'm so
October,
happy
you
without the
retard.
permission.
When was the last time you talked to her, Keanu? When was it?
When was the last
October
time you
27th?
did?
When was it?
When was
January was the last time he did. When was the last time you did, Keanu?
October 27th, right?
October, no. It was probably
Kiki
no.
sucks.
I can take a look back. But
How would I know
just
this?
wanna
What,
know- I
what
just wanna know
magic would I
when
know
you
about
got
your
the
conversation,
permission.
you fucking
I
idiot? You think maybe it was the months I spent
Look at
talking
you.
to
Look
April
how red you are.
afterward?
Look how red you are. Would you? Shall I?
Yeah, I'm red. I'm mad
Shall
at
I?
you.
It's going to
Shall
ad
I?
hominem.
Shall I?
Yes.
Shall I? I
You're
just
red and
was
angry.
it January at the traffic stop, and that's how you knew somehow that her
March
boyfriend didn't
March
like.
at the traffic stop, you dumb bitch. You can't follow basic
When did you get the permission?
facts.
When did you
You're
get the
the
permission?
stupidest
When did you
person
get the
ever.
permission? When did you get the permission? When did you get the permission?
Dennis, and ask them.
When did you get the permission?
She's too dumb to even she can't talk. She's dumb.
I'm
You're a
asking a
bunch of
question.
eggs.
Why is that
Bunch
such a
of
hard
red
question
eggs.
to answer? Why is that such a hard
Picture
question?
of the underside of the carton and sell it online, retard.
Why is that
Jesus
such a hard
Christ.
question to answer? Why is that such a hard question to answer?
No one needs the answer. The question
why
is
not?
stupid because the
I
question's
need the
dumb.
answer.
You're just so
When
dumb
did
you don't
get
realize
When
it.
did you get the
Yes.
permission? When did you get the permission?
I talked to this woman
When?
every single day.
He said from when
From
the first time she
September.
told him. The first
Yeah.
time she told him, he said that they had planned to tell her to
So don't you
Hackmania. He
think
got her permission.
things may have changed since from whenever?
Who's the onus
No.
on? Who's the onus on to update about the status? Is it on April?
No,
or
I
is it on
don't think
him?
it's
I'm
changed
just
at all.
asking the question. I'm asking the question.
Yeah, it's a dumb
ask the
question.
How do you know?
It's
How do you
retarded.
Go fuck your mother, Kiki.
Fucking unthreatening because you're so goddamn
No,
stupid.
You're so upset. You're so red in the face. It's ridiculous.
I'm mad. I'm angry. You took someone.
I'm mad. I'm angry.
I love and you shredded them for the fucking world.
Right.
Fuck yourself.
And
I
you
have a
taught her how
right
to
to be
do
mad
whip
about
it.
that.
I have a
There you
question.
go.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so Nick Rekieta, he had rage quit and just left. And just like Cyraxx, he is going to do all these drive-by call-ins.
I know.
So
I mean this very respectfully, but why doesn't April talk to you anymore?
It's all right. What's that?
Yeah, why doesn't April talk to you anymore? Why'd you lose that friendship?
I had to do what I had to do, and I still won't I'm not going to even back down on that. So look
And
how
what was
he
that?
left.
What-
look how
what
angry
if-
he got.
Everything you say is dumb. Every single thing.
Nick,
I didn't. Nick, you're gonna blow a gasket. Like you're gonna have an aneurysm.
Yeah.
Do another whip it and calm your nerves. All right,
Great.
Face. Get right around.
Oh yeah, so the theory is Nick Rekieta left, did a whip it, and came back.
What do you want?
I'm wearing a red shirt. Do you understand how cameras work?
Right. Did your
No,
wife
the
know
answer
that
is
you were
no.
gonna leave her for April? Is that what you told her?
I told this story earlier today.
This is going great.
Yes. I told it on this show.
You said that I told April.
You're like
I was
talking
gonna
to a
leave my
corpse.
wife. I told the story that I told April I was going to leave my wife when I had
No, I told April I would never leave my wife for her. And when I thought that Kayla was going to divorce me and I was massively
then
depressed,
you were going to be with April.
Yes. As my marriage was
that, like he keeps saying that he's going to leave his wife, he's going to leave Kayla, and that's what she said. That's what she said. I have the text. Would you like to see them? I'll play them. At
No, I
the
don't
main
want you to
festival.
expose her texts anymore. What is wrong with you?
What's wrong with you? I saw her at a traffic light.
I did. What do you want? I mean, I live in the same town, you dumb bitch. What is so hard about this?
I want to say that went on for another hour and a half, but unfortunately I can only play so much of it before it gets pretty dull, so that's all we're going to be showing. But however, that was not the end of their fighting. That's because on Twitter, Keanu would leak out a text message from April that Nick planned to leave his wife, the mother of his 5 children, for her. Oh, wrong one. I never wanted to leave their mother. I never did. You lie to literally everyone in your life. It's really sad. He very much makes it clear to me that he intends and wants to be with me, but he doesn't know how to end his marriage, number 1, until the case wraps up for the kids. 2, he was wanting her to tell him she realizes she doesn't love him anymore in some explicit manner, so he can just hear her say it and feel okay moving on. But then, the worst case scenario that could happen for us happened, and Kanye County decided that they were going to retract the body cam footage from public record, something that is illegal to do. Yes, the county is trying to withdraw the body cam as evidence. They don't have a right. Nick has been screaming, begging the prosecutor to help to get this result. Lolcow will be entering an appearance as an intervener in his criminal case. This is a constitutional violation. Null would then talk about this on his show Matt the Internet later that week, explaining everything that happened.
This doesn't even deserve an intro song.
So that is a reference to Chris Chan saying, this does not even deserve an introduction because this is dead serious.
Because this is dead serious. I want everything about Rekieta's house on the internet now, chat. Okay, I was instructed by Rekieta that I am supposed to tard rage on stream today. This is just a Nick Rekieta video from evidence. And then the clerk for the county sent emails to all 3 of the women saying, don't show up today, you're not going to go see it. So in concert, the prosecutor representing the interests of Rekieta submitted something to the judge, who within minutes of the court opening closed it and then instructed the county clerk to tell them not to come. So the body cam footage was cut off as it was previously available to us. And I'm going to get into details and do a full recap, but that is the update, is that Rekieta is going to be very smug because this has happened. So it is an incredible move, and it happened extremely fast. So we will be suing the county of Kanye County to get the body cam footage because We have gone through a very rigorous process in order to obtain authorization to get it. The judge, approximately an hour and 50 minutes ago, and an hour after court opened, less than an hour, 51 minutes after court opened, not only approved his motion, but entered it into the docket and got the county clerk to tell the women that were going to visit this morning that they should not come, which is a level of alacrity that you never see in any level of the judicial system, which means that the prosecutor personally walked this to the judge and said, I need this signed right the fuck now because they're about to intervene. And it's much harder to undo something that has happened in court than it is to intervene immediately and to stop it from happening in the first place.
So, unfortunately, we're going to be waiting on that body cam footage for a little while still. But it's like the saying goes, don't say you're a fan of the anime if you've never read the manga. Thankfully, 2 people that Null had sent to watch the body cam footage took notes of it. We're going to go through one of them. This is going to be a long read, so get ready. Final thoughts. I was not able to stop or rewind, so these are very off-the-cuff comments. The footage was a bit overwhelming. The house is so huge and cluttered that it's very disorienting to watch. Also, the officer we follow must be in charge, and he is all over the place. He sticks in one room for a few minutes, then shuffles between them, so the footage is all over the place. However, we hardly see the kids at all, and all the officers act very kind and patient with the family. The footage was taken May 23rd, 2024. And it starts at 9:11 a.m. It starts in a police car as the officers approach the house. There is a dirty cat house/tower and filled trash bags on the patio. Officer sees the kids inside the house through the window. It takes about 6 knocks from the police on the door yelling search warrant before someone responds. One of Nick's daughters can be heard saying that Daddy told her not to answer the door. As soon as the door is open, it is a literal labyrinth of clothes and stuff. Hard to decipher where one room begins and another ends, because behind every counter and table surface is covered in bottles, clothes, packages of food, and indicators of kids and their toys live there. There is not a lot of space to walk around the piles of stuff either. They find 2 females, April and Kayla, in the main bedroom. We have not seen them yet. The 6-year-old, stated by the officer, keeps saying something about her dad, kept telling her not to let them in, and the police begin to walk around the kitchen. The main room, kitchen, and dining room seem to be one big space, but again, hard to tell with the furniture cues, since everything is so cluttered and covered. Kayla shows up with her arms up, a very dry voice. She seems lethargic and out of it. There is some kind of room that they walk by. Kids' room ? It has a rainbow IKEA shelf in it, and it's completely flooded with actual junk and clothing. This room is an actual hoarder-looking room. There are a few moments where the officer seems to be covering the camera with his hand. Hard to tell if it's on purpose or accident. Literally, just shit everywhere as they move about the house. Just so many random piles of clothes. There's a stairway that has some kind of chair or love seat. It's the size of half a couch, just turned over upside down at the bottom of the stairs that clearly was done before the cops show up. They have a big, fat, fluffy orange cat. And it's cute. 10 minutes in, and we still have not seen Nick on camera. The garage is very cluttered. Looks like they just moved in with all the boxes of stuff. Given it is the garage though, it honestly looks like the most normal room in the house. Lots of filled, packed luggage bags too. The officer goes back upstairs, and we get a close glimpse of one of the counters, and we can see food wrappers, bottles, a box of goldfish, opened at 9:23. We finally are outside, and we see Nick meekly showing up in the driveway looking pissed. Like he's about to cry and arms folded. He has short cargo shorts on and that shitty Jamaican colored tank. The cop goes back in and starts getting supplies and gloves to start drug testing stuff in the main bedroom. A lot of this part of the video is just the cops gathering supplies and talking about their attack plan on the house because it is so large and has so much stuff. We are in the bedroom to test. There is a lamp on the nightstand that just has a random tube balancing on top of it. ? Very, very, very cluttered space with lots of shit. It is important to note that the bedroom is right there in the main hallway of the house. You would easily walk by it every day if you lived there. I say that because of all the shit they had in their room. It would be very accessible to the kids. As you walk by the outside of the room, you can look right under the bed and nightstand. The cops keep saying that the 2 adult females were found in the bedroom together. Incredible amount of bottles and makeup products and clothes, booze bottles and water cups on windowsills. The cops decide to go downstairs for a sec and give a quick scan of the stream room. We get a closer glimpse of the kitchen table just covered in stuff and loose documents. We enter the stream room, and oddly, the ceiling doesn't seem finished. It just has these latex brand sheets covering it. We head back upstairs to the bedroom. We can see shoes, garbage, and lots of clutter at the top of the stairs. They seem pretty dangerous with all the junk around the stairs. At 9:31, we see him swab around the pillow, and it tests positive for cocaine. Then we see him pick up a black vial, looks like a lipstick tube, and when he unscrews it, we see white powder. The officer responds with a, "Oh yeah." He takes a picture of it. The officer says there's a measurable amount of cocaine in the bedroom. At 9:33, in the master bedroom, a measurable amount of cocaine. They also find a large stack of cash according to them. An officer then states that Nick is asking about probable cause. He wants to ask questions on probable cause. The main officer we are following calls Child Protective Services to the house. A senior officer who has been talking to Nick says that Nick feels he's been hurt. When calling Family Services at 9:37, the officer says, "We located a measurable amount of cocaine and there are 4 children here." During this, we catch a glance at the main kitchen counter, and it is just completely covered in booze bottles, even over by the sink. It's a bit dark and confusing in the main part of the house, and without pausing and rewinding, I have a hard time making specific objects out. At 9:39, we head outside to deal with April and Nick, and finally cuff and arrest them. April is in a really slutty top. I do not try to call out fellow women for how they dress, but it really is inappropriate to wear around kids and a married couple regardless of any other factor. And it's a black crop top that has a collar, and it's cut in a way that shows her cleavage heavily, and her stomach is out. She has a huge piece of rock jewelry in her belly button as well. She looks and sounds so dry. Honestly, it does not even look or sound like her. She actually looks like a tranny, just dry, just very dry and unhealthy. For sure, out of it and on something. Honestly, might just be hungover. Her throat sounds like it's drowning in sand. I cannot express just how gross she seems and out of it. 9:42. She has read her rights and refuses to speak without a lawyer. We see her cooperate easily with the officers, and she gets handcuffed and out in a car with ease. We see the other officer cuff Nick, and he is not fighting either. April asks for some shoes because she's barefoot. They keep asking her what room she has been hanging out in. She mentions the main room and kind of avoids the question. It seems obvious that she knew that her being in the bedroom with Kayla where all the cocaine was would get her in big trouble. Nick does look very pissed and arms still crossed before he is cuffed. The officer is very kind and heads back in to get her shoes, which are just haphazardly placed at the top of the stairs. As the officer heads back in the house, the fat orange cat gets out, and the kids, who have been outside on the patio/porch the whole time, say it can go outside. We can hear a kind officer asks the kids about their pets to calm them down. They seem to be actually okay, no crying, and in decent spirits. I think Kayla is with them, until a woman from Child Protective Services comes. She is the one in the white and black striped shirt. 9:46, we are back in the main bedroom to keep testing stuff. The officer we are following seems to be the head honcho as he keeps moving in and out of every room and making the calls and shots throughout, so we are often just walking around saying stuff. As he enters back into the bedroom, another officer mentions that they have found quite a bit of edibles in the room. They don't state what kind, but it can be assumed weed. If you did not know, they have edibles for shrooms, Molly, and other mixtures that are actually easy and common to get, but also gummies. Just being accessible in the bedroom bothers me. At 9:47, the officer finally tests the black vial, and it's an instant blue swab. Cocaine right there on the bedstand. You could see it from the hallway. He continues to shuffle through the stuff on the bedstand, but the angle makes it a bit difficult to see exactly what it is. Testing and touching on the stand, then an officer tells them they found the rifle under the bed. The main officer heads out of the bedroom again, and we see a female officer taking care of Kayla, getting her to be ready and sent to jail with the others. We go back into the bedroom, and we see the rifle in its box on the bed. The box is literally just a cardboard box, and the gun is just sitting in its styrofoam, not locked up at all, and it's a huge rifle. At 9:50, we hear an officer say that they found 2 spent casings in the bedroom, found snorting tube on nightstands, test positive for cocaine, and it's the first piece of evidence bagged. There are some open drinks and tubes on the bedstand. The black vial is bagged up as evidence. 2 credit cards in the name of April are found, and both the snort tube and the black vial were found right on top of the cards. At 9:54, we hear them say that someone named Celeste had their medication right on the bedstand, literally next to the cocaine vial, snort tube, and credit cards. The officer moves down to search around the floor around the bed and stand, and we see that the bedstand has actually been the red fridge Nick has been bringing around the whole time. He opens it, and I can only make out some jars of jam on the door from the angle, so food was in there for sure. Food and meds on top of an easily accessible stand next to cocaine. There is a white stuffed animal and a hairbrush at the foot of the fridge right next to the bed, so it does seem like the kids come in here, given that there are a few toys around the floor. There seems to be a small laptop also stuffed into the space between the bed and the fridge, and the light looks like it's on. There is no comment on this by any other officer. The rifle number is 20-002-638 and has multiple magazines with it in the bedroom, says one of the officers. At 10, we hear them say they found even more edibles in the bedroom. They confirm again the rifle was found under the bed. One officer pulls out a metal funnel, vial, object that is found with another glass vial with some kind of white powder in it. This was found in the shelf under the TV in the bedroom. They test the white powder, and there's a faint blue on the swab, and the officer indicates this meant it could be a mixture. He bags it for some evidence. 10:03, they find some weed pipes and test them for other drugs. An officer comments at 10:04 in frustration that there is just so much stuff in here. The main officer tells them to be mindful of needles, as he now believes it could be a possibility. They are just continuing to dig through all the shit on the floor. There's a big luggage case that he opens up and is completely packed with clothes and objects. The suitcase was already under a huge pile of clothes. He pushes it off. At 10:06, the officer decides to split up the team. He is leaving the bedroom to the others as he wants to go down and test Nick's studio. One of the other officers calls it a little lair, lol. They also find April's purse in the bedroom. He heads downstairs to the studio at 10:08, and we also cross paths with the Child Protective Service woman. There is a very cluttered and full library room right before you enter the studio. There are 4 monitors with the Joker painting tucked behind them, out of sight, lol. And they are still on, and it looks like he ended some stream. Very cluttered shelves that the officers dig through. They oddly keep finding random $5 bills throughout his junk. It looked like some of them might have been dollar origami, but some of them were just stuffed into cups or pen holders. The officers test a few things he finds, but nothing suspicious besides ton of bottles and trash seems to be in here. One officer does find some baggie of weird stuff. They guess maybe cloves or pepper. The main officer thinks it might be a whiskey starter. Then an officer brings a big metal safe down at 10:12, and they said they found in the bathroom. We can see a dirty Ziploc baggie poking out of it. The officer says he will deal with it in a bit. And they go back upstairs. At 10:16, we are just rummaging through the black shelves and testing random bits, but nothing is really down here. At 10:17, the officers with the safe returns and asks for help with it, and we go up to a small red bathroom on the main floor. I have to assume this is the main bathroom everyone uses when they don't need a shower, and the safe was found in here. The officer says it was under the sink, but the sink is one of those pillar sinks, so there is no bottom. I wonder if it was just tucked off to the side. The safe is opened up and the contents are spread across the top of the toilet bowl for testing and evidence collecting. We can see a scale, blue snort tubes, and very dirty Ziplocs with cards and powders in them. At 10:19, he tests the cards and bag in one of the Ziplocs, and it tests positive for cocaine. Now, we start bagging all the objects in the bathroom safe and calling them out as evidence. Evidence 8, large corner cut. This is what they called the large bag with a huge amount of white substance in it. He will test it when they get back, he says. Evidence 9, Ziploc baggie containing multiple baggies. One baggie has powder and it has KKK written on it. Evidence 10, Ziploc baggie containing multiple baggies with powder. Evidence 11, digital scale. Evidence 12, metal object. Funnel, the officers are unsure, containing powder. Evidence 13, 2 snort tubes, plastic straws, and 2 cutters. After packing up all the contents in the safe, at 10:23, we head back downstairs to the studio to continue testing. He goes through some drawers, and they are just packed with objects and loose documents. At 10:25, they continue to search through the library that is outside the studio room, and we then go back up to the bathroom and double check for any evidence. We get a sight of a skeleton model that is just hanging out in the open space of the living room. We also see a dining room table, by the windows, just completely covered in junk and food packages. At 10:26, we head into a bathroom with a hot tub. Oddly, even though there's a ton of stuff in here as well, the floor is pretty clear of junk, and it is the cleanest of all the rooms. So many lotions and makeup products all over the counters, and of course, more booze bottles, empty and half full on the counter and windowsills. There are many windows in the entire house that just have booze bottles on them. At 10:30, we are still digging through the hot tub room. They head into some kind of laundry room, and it barely has any visible floor, just piles of clothes and laundry baskets. There is a hallway window, and there are 2 bottles of booze, and right next to them on the same windowsill are little teddy bear figures. Sad. I cannot tell what kind of room we are in at 10:38, but it seems to be some kind of closet room or bedroom. It just has shelves and more clothes. There is just a huge rack of so many adult clothing right in the middle. He digs through a random trinket box and finds another bullet inside that he takes as evidence. Louder with Crowder mug spotted at 3340, Lamau. At 10:36, we find another safe, and the officer searches for Kayla to get the code so they don't have to bust it open like he said. Then we head back into the garage, and right before it crashes on me, an officer says that they found 2 handguns hanging out in the garage. It ended at 10:37:27 for me. Whew, and that was a bit of a long one, and that is also the end of that statement. There was a second one, however, but considering how similar it was, I feel like reading it out would be a little redundant. I would like to think that Nick Rekieta should be a lesson to all of us on what can happen to somebody who has a successful business and family. But in reality, I think that it should be pretty obvious that a swinging drug addict lifestyle will ruin both of those. And that is the end of our Nick Rekieta segment. Moving on to our next segment, and we have everybody's favorite goblin, Cyraxx. Ever since Marty died, Cyraxx content has sucked. I think that's a very, very fair statement. No one is ever going to fill that void, and personally, I would like the homeless, prison, or obituary saga to start sooner than later. Well, on May 14th, a new idiot named Low T, who thought he could be the next Marty, decided he was going to go to Cyraxx's house and get into a fist fight with him. Let's see how this went.
I mean, you gave my chain a gift to the police. I went to the police, and it's not there. Then I see you message me, and you threaten me.
Look at this. Cyraxx is holding onto that poor dog because he knows if he's holding onto that dog, nobody is going to do anything to him. He is using that small dog as a shield.
Didn't do shit. You didn't threaten me with the knife? No, I didn't. Punch me again. I swear to God, watch what happens. I'm going with you. Need the
Ed does not deserve this. He's on the porch, having to call the cops. He's going to get hit by this guy too, by the way. All because Cyraxx, someone he's not even related to, cannot shut his mouth.
back off.
Yeah, that's Sally yelling. Oh, look at that face. Holy. I remember after 3-3 happened, Marty said, and I quote, yeah, he actually like looks a lot stranger in real life. Like you would not believe it. And if you look at this, like, yeah. So I know Cyraxx has lost a tooth since then. Look at that smile, his front 2 teeth. All those wrinkles, like his cheeks especially.
You need to leave now, Frank. Or what? Or I'm gonna beat your. Make me. You won't regret. Don't make me drop you, Chance. Back up.
I have said this to somebody else. Every time Cyraxx gets into a fight, he walks into that fight with 1 HP left.
Do it. Back up. I try to be your friend.
Every time he gets knocked out in like 1 hit.
You didn't do shit. You lied. The only one that stood up for you, all the trolls, you're begging. Help me, help me. I will knock your ass out. Do it.
I will knock you out.
Do it.
Yeah, Ed, I don't know how he puts up with this. If you look at his face, like he's ready to get out of there.
No. Do it. No, because you lost. I lost. You're a bitch. So's your girl.
Oh yeah, so this guy's girlfriend drove him to Cyraxx's house to fight him.
So back up. Yeah, just go, man.
Ed is being chill. He said, just go, man.
No.
So you would think this is going to be over. They just had that argument. The Cyraxx crew went back inside and he is going to his girlfriend's car. Well, no. Cyraxx cannot shut his mouth. He went right back outside and he's about to get knocked down.
Fucking pedo! You're a pedo! No, you're a pedo! And you're a dick! And you put your hand.
All right, this is where Cyraxx is going to really mess up. Right now, this is just a screaming match. He's about to try and punch this guy and knock the camera out of his hand. And because of that, this guy is going to walk up and knock Cyraxx out.
Hands on me so you got punched. That's 1 punch.
And yeah, there it happens.
Come here. Come here. You want to do it again? You want to do it again?
Alex! The fuck? Alex, come on. Wow.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get to see Cyraxx laying on the ground outside of like 1 split frame. Oh my Lord. I don't know how this happens. For somebody who never leaves his attic, I don't like anyone in that video. I'm willing to make an exception for Ed and the dog. If they got out of there together, I think that would be the best ending. And again, I was not joking. That is the shortest segment of this A.D.A by far. Now, moving on to our final lolcow segment, and we have Christian Weston Chandler. We started off with Chris in the last episode, and I figured we would end off with him this time too. Gino Samuel, the creator of the wonderful Christian
Christine Weston Chandler.
I did not mean to play that. So, Gino Samuel, the creator of the wonderful Christian, A Comprehensive History, was going to follow it up with an animated series. This time, the Sonic U animated series would not be made by Spaz Kid. Essentially, it was going to be animated in Chris's art style using the old drawings. Well, unfortunately, Chris Chan struck it down, and this is what Gino had to say about the whole thing.
Hey y'all, so Christine Weston Chandler copyright striked my channel, and which caused the removal of Sonic.
I want you to think about that. Chris Chan copyright struck somebody else's channel. Sonichu is one of the biggest copyright disasters I've seen in my life. Let's think about it. Main character is a Pokemon cross between a Nintendo and a Sega property. I think like Sailor Moon has popped into it. He references Dragon Ball all the time, though. I guess if you're willing to be generous, you can reference other media. But like characters from different media show up in it all the time. And here he is going after Gino Samuel for animating it. And we're going to see later too. His excuse is, oh, well, I'm going to animate it myself.
to the animated series episodes 1 and 2. Unfortunate, but of course that's going to happen. It is her artwork, so it's totally understandable. So, having said that, I guess I'm done with that project. It's been fun while it lasted. So if you're pledging to my Patreon, totally understand that you might want to leave if you don't want to support my other work. So in the meantime, I guess I'll just focus my energy on other things like the Comprehensive History Remaster and re-release over there and the eventual return of the series, in addition to my other documentary projects and my other music. So check out Geno Samuel 3 for documentaries and Geno Samuel on YouTube for my music. And I guess I'll see you when I see you over here. Till next time.
Now, that is actually very unfortunate. I have a clip right here of what it looked like. I'm going to play it. Is it the quality of later episodes of Sonichu, the animated series by Spaz Kid? No, it is not. But that show was actually magical. This is probably a little embarrassing, and I shouldn't say. I know the lyrics for its theme song off by heart. But again, this was still, like, nice. See, it's all the drawings.
You go out and zap to the extreme.
I would have preferred a more classic Chris voice impression there, not gonna lie.
I will. Thank you, Father.
I could tell you so much stuff about Sonichu comics lore, but I have never read them once. I think that's the deal with a lot of Christorians. Like, you just get into one rabbit hole, you read different things.
Our story begins in an open field 5 miles from the city of Station Square.
Fast forwarding a little bit, and Chris Chan would do a stream playing Sonic 06. And Chris was not happy about his videos being next to creepypastas.
Yeah, I don't do too many live streams, so it's like maybe if you make mention, oh, I saw your review videos recently, I could give you more credibility in that. But I am very well aware of what comes along my videos in regards to, like, you know, what is it, the algorithm, and I pressed the wrong button there, and where my videos go and the suggestions after you watch a certain something. And apparently my videos are going alongside the likes of, like, you know, what, creepypastas and weird shit like that. Not a fan of that. I feel like while my autism is a bit out there and I'm not totally mentally perfect.
A bit out there. Chris Chan has always believed fictional characters are real.
I'm still an individual that appreciates the finer and better quality things of life and even the simplicities. So just maybe a note to YouTube on that. Maybe don't recommend so much weirdness and that's
Now, I would not be showing that stream if it did not have anything interesting in it. Chris also gave his justification for striking Geno's animated series. Like I said, how he's making one too, but apparently it's going to take years to come out. How convenient.
You see, it was premature for one thing, because we do have a better animated series.
We have a better animated series
in development, which will take a few years to do because animation takes time. And I felt like it had been long enough overdue that people would just copy and use my art style without linking me, my Etsy and all that, or just give me the basic credit.
Did Chris just say people who use his art style? Don't get me wrong, Chris Chan's art style is very iconic. It's alright. I feel like if you're like not good at drawing, like if you're a child and you're drawing, like you could match that pretty easily without even trying.
In the things and whatnot, just it was meant to be. But I talked with Geno, and we have things in the works, and I have rescinded the copyright strike. It does not disregard the fact that I did do that in the first place.
Now, in this time, Chris Chan took a call from a ween. There was only one interesting part about it. Chris Chan revealed that Barbara still calls him asking about the bank account, because apparently it's easier to call Chris and ask how much money is in there than it is to actually check herself. Now, I'm not going to show that call because it was bad. Lastly, on May 19th, Chris uploaded a video called Grounded Response. I think it's about something to do with Barbara, because I actually don't know. I decided I was going to come into this one blind. So I have not watched this yet. This is my first time listening, so you get to hear that.
Hey everybody, Jesus Christ, Weston Chandler, Sanchi Prime here once again.
That name is so ridiculous.
And I am being very serious. For the sake of transparency, I have disabled the green screen filter, and I have some notes.
For the sake of seriousness, I've disabled the green screen filter. So Chris decided, disable the green screen, but leave these sides.
Which essentially, to be honest, is pretty much my dialogue. But I'm still going to take my time, so I may be a bit slow. So there you go. Since I started my online presence and attempted at being more social and individual after having moved back to Ruckersville, I felt like I've been met by a real mixed bag of individuals. Over the years, I've been mentally and emotionally abused, manipulated, deceived, pressured, and just simply stressed.
Yeah, what were those words? Manipulated, deceived, pressured, stressed out. That definitely sounds like the Chris I'm aware of. I mean, remember, Chris was tricked into driving all the way to Ohio, trying to rescue his girlfriend at the time, who turned out to be a gigantic troll.
For a long time, still am, I have had an amount of optimism in the goodness of others on this earth. I was naive for a long time.
Ooh, Chris just said the N-word. Okay, sorry. Chris's personal N-word, naive. If you listen to like any old Chris Chan video, Chris cannot stand it. I think it was the Casey's father call where he calls Chris naive and he just says, "You have just done it now, haven't you, calling me that would?"
But over the decades, I have learned over and over hard about such individuals, and these details I should have been more aware of for a longer time. But I found myself, and I count the blessings that I have now and the good times I actually had in the past that actually helped to develop me for the better, on top of the bad. But the mixture of the toxic individuals, just in general, made me feel upset and distraught. I continued on with as optimistic an attitude.
All right, this video is not doing it for me. I wish I cut it down.
As well as the faith in the better outcomes I have foreseen between numerous dreams and visions. It became tough to hold on to that faith at times. I have been tested time and again. Of course, that includes all of the theoretical access. That includes the friendship that I had with Megan Schroeder. And
Megan?
Just...
Chris Chan and Megan met. How old is Chris Chan? So 41, I think. So that would mean Chris Chan met Megan Schroeder about 20 years ago, and they had their falling out 2 or 3 years later. So yeah, imagine you were friends with this guy, and 17 years later, after you rightfully cut contact, you are still being brought up by this person, and you are most known for having been associated with this person.
The acquaintances and friendships that I at one point wanted to be romantic, but obviously that was not going to ever be the case. The indirect comments, the bad arts, I should never ever take it personally. Had I never looked at, have I never taken any of them personally? Had I never Googled my name after getting that Nintendo Wii? Had
I never Googled my name after getting that Nintendo Wii? Is that like some Christian lore I was not aware of? Christian one day just says, "Oh, you know what? This Nintendo Wii has an internet browser. I wonder what happens if I look up my name." And like you see the Wikipedia.
Such things been different as early as 2006. Things would be a lot different today. With each time of abuse and deception and betrayal, I felt disappointment and I felt hatred towards those individuals who had done these things upon me. My family, as well as those around me and other people in general over the years. Suffice to say, this is very bad.
I'll give Chris that. You know what? If I was in Chris Chan's shoes, I probably wouldn't like, let me give you some examples. I probably wouldn't like Clyde Cash, Blue Spike. Liquid Chris didn't really do anything, so I'm going to give him a pass. But I probably also wouldn't like, Man in the Pickle Suit, all of them. Just so many of the classic Chris enemies.
And very wrong. I still know and appreciate that forgiveness is indeed the better way. Because I would just be letting the villains win if I just let the hatred consume me, if I just let the screams and shouts go out all over the place. But that is not me at all, as it has been made more clear from time to time. Oh look, we're finally going to give classic Chris Chan back.
I wish. Boo.
No.
Don't get my hopes up like that, Chris.
I'm never, ever, ever, ever doing that again.
We are never, ever, ever doing that again.
Slowly, but surely, mentally and emotionally and spiritually, been maturing. That was, as you could tell, from as early as 2011 or 12. And eventually, I finally stopped sharing and oversharing personal and life details and events.
That was a sad day.
Because that should never have been done in the first place. But under...
So if you are unaware, when Chris Chan first got discovered, Chris had this genius idea. So they're looking for information on me, right? Well, what if I give them an information overload? Surely that will make them say, man, there's too much to go through. I'm going to give up on this. Instead, it was the polar opposite. Chris, instead of them saying, oh, there's too much here, we're going to go find something else, these people like feasted on this information and then had a hunger, needing more.
Emotional pressure? Am I being naive? I had lacked that common sense. I feel like there's just so much hatred and discomfort inside me towards those online, with that needless hatred and shit from over the blade decades, that I just do not feel at ease doing the live streams. I feel like my development and maturity is just not appreciated. I
feel like my development and maturity is not appreciated. I'm sorry, am I crazy here to say like the only maturity Chris has, Chris is able to pay his bills. Chris is able to, at least I think Chris is able to like mail out the items on Chris's Etsy now. Chris Chan is able to drive. I'll say that. Cyraxx can't do that. But besides that, like, Chris probably has the mentality of like an 11 or 12-year-old.
The fact that I had found myself is not appreciated. And I feel like I continue to be perceived based on past versions of myself that I am no longer whatsoever. If you all really want me to continue doing live streams, then this really needs to change. I would genuinely appreciate authentic positivity as well as authentic appreciation and support in my mental and emotional.
What is this, DSP? I'm looking for genuine positivity in these streams. I'm looking for support. I'm sorry to say this, Chris, but your future is linked to your past. More specifically, a certain polo shirt and that entire era. Like, there's no escaping that.
Maturity as an individual. And what I am going to do.
Actually, I'll give you an example of Chris. So recently, so I've actually got these in another scene. So recently, I was talking with my artist, and she sent me these images. My artist, English, is her second language, and she lives in Eastern Europe. We've been working for about a year and a half, and all of a sudden, I got this message. Hey, you do videos on lolcows, right? And first off, I was in shock. Like, I did not think that I did not think she would ever know that word. I thought that was like a North America thing. And then she starts telling me about, oh yeah, I've been watching this stuff about Chris Chan and Boogie. And then we start talking about Chris Chan for a little bit. I just could not believe it. Like, that is what Chris is now. He's a worldwide phenomenon. You don't just need to know English to enjoy the Love Quest, Sonichu, and I think that's crazy.
Oh, Christian, we love watching your live streams. I have not done that many live streams.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to say this right now. I am sure half the comments that are positive are ironic. A good example would be if you go onto the oldest video of, Jenkins Jinkies, where Chris Chan takes this cloth, puts it over his face, talks about how much he hates Chris Chan in order to join the trolls. You will see comments on that video. They're like 13 years old saying stuff like, man, we don't know how lucky we are to have this guy on our side. So even back then, like, people were doing that.
I am a strong, mature individual. I am identified and knowing that I am the one avatar of all existence.
Okay, so I was getting ready to I just zoned out. This video is actually pretty boring. This video is 20 minutes, but I'm definitely going to cut out like most of it. So Chris is now talking about being the one avatar, whatever.
And everything of which I've talked about before.
Like, Chris, were you just talking? What were you just talking about? I am more mature now, blah, blah, blah. But no, you're just as crazy as you were then, if not more.
Because I found myself in all the self-meditations, all the self-realizations, and even I am understood and acknowledged by those who are actually authentically psychic and can sense the auras and energies and everything. But that still is a small number in comparison to the majority who don't have as much psychic openness or spiritual openness from themselves, or the connections that most of them that do have them are able to reach. And I've reached far beyond them. I've connected with the alpha and omega point of all existence, literally. It takes a lot to break me. It takes a lot to make me bend or break.
It takes a lot to make me bend or break. Now, I don't want to say everything that Christian has ever lost it over, but Chris got kicked out of a BronyCon and had a meltdown on the floor.
It's like all I could do is just continue to have faith. And as you can tell, I have become more emotionally grounded and stable as opposed to when I was, back in 2007 or...
No. I disagree 100%. Chris Chan in 2007 was drastically more grounded than Chris Chan of 2026 or 2025 ever will be. Like, that Chris was not going around saying, yeah, I'm Jesus and God and Sonichu. I don't even know what else to say. Like, Chris Chan believes that some people are like Sonichu's dimensional merge. Like, this Chris Chan is a wacko.
8. Hey. 2007 called They Want Their Christian Memes Back. Because that's a fad that's just long done and over with. And
no, Chris, the Christian saga is not a fad, and it will never be over with.
I feel like that's about all I can say from deep within without getting too emotionally overboard. So once again, if you really want to see more live streams from me again, there has to be a lot less hatred and a lot less hatred based on immaturity. There has to be a lot less hate-inspired memes. There has to be better judgment and appreciation of support of the better version of me that I am now and that I am becoming. The more positive one. The one that is meant to be and take part in the better of this world, this universe, this very timeline. And if y'all are still hating me after I said that, well, frankly, I just feel very sorry for you. Okay? That is all.
What is this? What? Oh, okay. So I don't know what that was. I guess Christian tried to just hypnotize us with that snap and that. I don't even know what that was. Honestly, I kind of wish I actually did go through that and like shorten it down. That was way too much. Like that was as dry as Christian can possibly get. But thankfully, it is over. And with that now over, we will be ending the LOLcow segment, moving on to honorable mentions, and we have Review Tech USA. Now, as you can see here, Review Tech USA, Rich, Dickers, whatever you want to call him, got a tattoo of Simon Belmont whipping a DSP bat. But there's something off about that face, isn't there? Well, that's because it is the face that DSP made on his most famous clip of all time, commonly known as May the Burst, where Phil thought the camera was off. Review Tech USA somehow thought it would be an own to get a tattoo of another man orgasming on his body. There are a million stupid tattoos out there, but this is probably one of the worst that I've seen in my whole life. I'm sure he probably talked about that on stream, but there is nothing he could say that would make this justified. Next off, and we have the Rage Pig himself, Ethan Ralph. After claiming to have almost died, Ralph had a pill stream that I cannot do justice. Somebody had super chatted a speech from someone called Jared Taylor, and Ralph thought that that guy had called into the show and tried to out-holler a YouTube video. And you see these pictures? Ralph actually started mixing Xanax and vodka on stream. Now, obviously, Rehab did nothing, and if I could say one thing that you will listen to, let it be this. If you can avoid taking pills, avoid them entirely. I have not seen or heard it go well for anybody. And lastly, on honorable mentions, we have Kirsch, a streamer that found herself in the middle of a smear and cancellation campaign by a Vice article writer who fantasizes about putting women in breeding camps. Believe it or not, this was actually going to be the biggest segment of the entire episode, but it was actually so big, I had to take it out, and I'm making it its own video. And that is the end of honorable mentions. That would have been the end of the LOLcow segment, except we are moving on to the Time Warp. This is the entire reason why I created this segment in the first place. Because Cyraxx has finally lost it, and on stream, had a domestic violence incident with his grandmother and Ed. What? Alright, so I watched the entire stream of this because I wanted to get the most context I could. Cyraxx is going to say to Sally, "Hey, you're embarrassing me. Why didn't you just call me on my cell phone?" When I want to say like 20 minutes earlier, she did. You could hear his cell phone going off.
All
Put it down. You wouldn't answer me. You can't just call my phone.
Could just call my phone.
No, I can't. It doesn't work that way.
So right now, Cyraxx is in his whining phase. He's going to take absolutely no time whatsoever in order to go straight into, straight up like, racks out level 5.
How does it not work? I got text now.
So Sally says to him, Chance, you are way too loud. You are screaming at the top of your head, blaring this stuff. You need to chill out. You need to quiet down. Cyraxx is going to say to her, well, I actually can't do that because this is how I do my job. Even though he's never made any money from it. I personally believe that he's trying to get her to be so fed up with him that she buys him a brand new computer.
Well, I don't have it. You know you can call from your regular phone. Oh, shit. Mom, you can use your regular phone to call me like that now.
You've never told me that.
Yeah.
And you would hear it on your phone anyway. I think it's a lot of your ears. Turn it down.
I kind of have to have it up for what I'm doing.
I kind of have to have it up for what I'm doing. That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Even when Cyraxx had a full-on PC, you know what he was doing? He was still screaming into his mic. He was still blaring the music.
I have a choice.
Yeah, you do have a choice.
No, I don't. Not until I get a new setup, I don't.
Keep it down.
Mom, I don't have a choice. I have to have it up in order to do what I'm doing.
Then I will disconnect the goddamn thing. I'm tired of this bullshit.
You are about to hear Ed say something that is completely... I can't make out the words, and I don't think you will either.
So what you're saying is you want me to give up now?
Like, I swear, I heard, like, salad said in that.
So basically you're wanting me to stop everything I'm fucking doing.
No, you don't have to say it that loud.
Well, like I said, I don't have a fucking...
Whatever.
You guys really don't get it. I don't have a fucking choice but to have it up. It's all I have a... You don't have to get it out there. Wait, no, I don't have a fucking choice right now.
Let me turn this up.
I wish I could, believe me. And besides, you need to stop your fucking yelling. Otherwise, you're...
Could you imagine being told by Cyraxx, you need to stop your yelling? Meanwhile, the whole reason this is going on is because Cyraxx was screaming at the top of his lung. Yeah, lung, not lungs.
Well,
I don't give a fuck.
I do give her fucking respect. Whatever, asshole. I do give her fucking respect.
Just stop it right now.
Hey!
Oh my god.
That's what you did.
Yeah, Cyraxx is about to say, that's what you get, asshole. So he did something to Ed. Obviously, if you remember last October, Ed was talking to the police in a body cam. He says to them, yeah, he threatened to kick me down the steps. When he gets angry, like, we can't control him. Make no mistake, like, this happens all the time. This is just one of the few times it was actually recorded.
Asshole.
Get upstairs!
That's what you did. Knock it off, asshole, now.
Get upstairs!
Go ahead, swing on me.
Get upstairs!
Go ahead, I'll knock you out. Swing on me, I'll knock you out.
And I want to let you know, I just want to remind you, this happened after that low-T fight we went through earlier. Ed was the one who brought Cyraxx back inside, trying to calm him down to prevent that fight. And how does Cyraxx repay that? When they're in their home, he is violent towards Ed, throwing stuff at him, screaming at him. Like, I could not live there.
They didn't do nothing.
Yeah, they will.
Like what? Go ahead. Do it.
Chance, get upstairs! No.
You need to knock your shit off. You need to knock my say this and I'll knock it off.
You're not gonna get hurt no more. Stop it! Stop it!
Punk ass bitch.
Stop it!
Do that
What did you
again.
just break? What did you just break?
Nothing. He fucking threw something at me.
I'm not gonna work you.
Go ahead. I have a right to fight back, you piece of shit.
I have every right to fight back. Who started this? Cyraxx, remember, yelled out, that's what you get, asshole. Like, obviously we don't have video of this, and in the police report afterwards, Sally and Ed, for some reason, just decide, hey, we're gonna sweep for Chance Wilkins. But I can tell you right now, like, if there was a hit, Cyraxx was the one who did it first.
Don't get off of the violence, you punk ass! Violence ain't the answer! Fuck you! Fuck you too, bitch boy! Get out of here, kid! Now! You need to stop with the violence, Ed!
You need to stop with the violence, Ed. It is a miracle that Cyraxx is the way he is. Because if he was any bigger, like, he would actually be dangerous. Oh, that one's a hard listen to, isn't it? We'll just skip to the end where Cyraxx is crying. Come on. Yeah, runs up, crying. Oh, I can't stand him. He's actually one of the most evil people on the planet. Now, Marty said this. I think it was actually in my last Cyraxx video, which is probably why it's so fresh in my head. He said, yeah, I wouldn't put Cyraxx on the same level of evil as, say, Hitler and Stalin, but if he had that kind of power, he would be. And now we'll finally be moving on to tech and media. Starting with a man of many hats, that being Ghost Doctor, Puppet Steve, and of course, who I know him best as, Chris Bors, the Irate Gamer. I make it absolutely no secret that I've been using the internet from a very young age. I would say that I started really using it when I was around like 8 years old. That was mainly for playing Flash games and watching old TV shows. Then a couple of years later, I discovered YouTube, and everything changed. I started watching people talk about retro video games. Now, my favorites were Screw Attack, hosted by Handsome Tom and Stuttering Craig, one of which being the main host of Side Scrollers, and the other being James Rolfe, the angry video game nerd. And this is where Chris Bors comes in. All the old school AVGN episodes, I want to say I've seen them like a million times. But sometimes I wanted to watch something else, so that's where Irate Gamer came in. He was nowhere near as good as James Rolfe, angry video game nerd, but he was actually the closest second I can think of. And just like James Rolfe, Chris Bors would also do videos on things that were not game related. This is my favorite, the infamous Lucky Charms rant. Let me play this right now.
Let's first take a look at the classic Lucky Charms, which is chock full of marshmallowy goodness.
Marshmallowy goodness.
I remember when they added the...
Now, so he is about to say how all these new shapes are like terrible. He missed the old ones. When I think about growing up, these are the Lucky Charms shapes I think of. So for me, it's a little nostalgic.
Purple horseshoes to the mix back in 1984 to finally complete the rainbow of colors. For a kid like me, this was a really big deal. But if you open any box of Lucky Charms today, the shapes you end up finding aren't anything even close to the ones I remember. What the hell?
What the hell?
Forget that catchy jingle. Pink hearts, orange stars, yellow moons, green clovers, blue diamonds, and purple horseshoes. But where the hell are they now? Instead, I've got to settle for marshmallows in the shapes of rainbows, pots of gold, and fucking hats.
Okay, you better chill, buddy. These are all the prime marshmallows.
And after doing a little research, it turns out that every few years, General Mills decides to introduce a new shape, only to eliminate another. This really screwed things up, and now the only original shape left is the pink heart. I mean, come on, can't we at least go back to the 6 original shapes? How frickin' cool would that be? Well, I'm not gonna hold my breath over it, because I'd have better luck catching that damn leprechaun.
Oh, we're about to get to my favorite line he has ever said.
Face it.
Breakfast is ruined. Words cannot describe how much I love that quote. I've even said it like at work some days. Now I mention this because, like I said, Chris Bors does all sorts of different videos. He does a puppet show where he reviews toys. He does a video game show where he reviews games. And recently, he has gotten known for his Ghost Doctor persona, the Ghost Behaviorist. Well, on May 8th, Chris Bors announced on X that the Irate Gamer show was over. And with the series being 18 years old by this point, I can honestly understand that. I've given this a lot of thought over the last couple of weeks. I'm officially retiring the Irate Gamer. It's been a heck of a run, but it's time. I'll have one big project to announce soon, which will be my grand opus. Thank you for the love and support over the years. Game on. Like I said before, you would watch him because there was a gap between AVGN uploads, but I still enjoyed his content no matter what it was for the most part. Irate Gamer, you might have been one of the many, and I mean many, late 2000s angry game reviewers, but at the end of the day, you were still one of the most iconic that weren't a total one-hit wonder. My favorite one-hit wonder, however, was Pissed Off Gamer and his Nintendo Shit Cube review. Okay, look at this. Shit Cube review by the Pissed Off Angry Hardcore Gamer.
This is my PlayStation 2.
We've got his pointer stick. What is this, like a broom? A mop? Yeah, that's my PlayStation 2.
Xbox One.
Xbox One. This was back before the Xbox One came out and kind of changed that.
This is my Xbox 360. And this right here.
Okay, this whole setup is something I miss about old YouTube. You didn't need some super high def camera. You didn't need a very nice microphone. You didn't need a capture card even. You could just make a video with a garbage camcorder in your hand, and it was just as watchable today as it is back then. Or it's just as watchable today as it was back then, I should say.
Here's my PlayStation 3. And this is what I like to call the Nintendo Shit Cube. And the reason I call it the Nintendo Shit Cube, because it's a piece of fucking shit!
Yeah, this guy, you can tell, like, he hyped up the anger. I think he's like a chill guy in real life, but...
The fucking shit!
Okay, so I remember when I first saw this a long time ago. I did not know if he was real or like a 3D model. Like, does this look like a real person to you?
The original Nintendo Entertainment System sucked.
I agree. The original Nintendo Entertainment System, it had some good games, yes, but they did not age well. Super Nintendo was like, in my opinion, the real start for Nintendo.
Perform a certain amount of blowjobs on the cartridges in order for the games to work.
Okay, again, does this look like a real person to you, or does this look like some sort of 3D model, rotoscope? I don't know, but he just looks so fake.
And then Nintendo, they release their second console, the Super Nintendo. Now that was a good system. That was a very good system. The games did not.
Let's skip to the GameCube talk. Oh, there it is.
The Nintendo Shit Cube.
Oh, was that it? Oh well, I'll probably just cut that out. But enough about the past. Let's get to Bungie. Now, Bungie is a company that at one point in my life I had total faith in that has totally lost the plot. Going from the highly acclaimed Marathon and Myth games, both games I haven't played, to the absolutely amazing Halo trilogy would be one thing on its own. But Bungie did something that no other gaming studio that I can think of can say the same thing, and had the best connection with their fanbase that you could imagine. When Halo 1 came out, there was a new form of video called machinima, where people would make videos using gaming footage. Halo offered so many different tools in its sandbox that it quickly became one of the favorites for people to use in the medium. Bungie did not fight this whatsoever, but actually made it easier for people to make those videos, adding in theater modes and map editors. Bungie even went out of its way to reward these people, offering cameos in Halo 3 to members of Red vs. Blue, and even stepped in preventing Microsoft from shutting down my favorite Halo machinima series, Arby and the Chief. Now, since then, Bungie is Bungie in name alone and has become a totally different entity, getting its independence from Microsoft to be ran by Activision to get their independence again, only to be bought out by Sony for $3.6 billion. Back when Concord, that disaster, was announced, Bungie announced that they were going to be reviving the Marathon series as an extraction shooter. The game has a pretty cool aesthetic and art style, I'll give it that, but that doesn't matter because it turns out a ton of it was actually stolen. The Marathon Alpha released recently, and its environments are covered with assets lifted from poster designs I made in 2017. Bungie, for what I believe is the second time this year, got caught lifting assets from an artist and not paying for them. They would then respond to this on a stream where some Bungie representatives blamed a nameless former employee. How convenient.
Sitting across from me, who's not on camera, is Andrew Witz, gameplay director, and we're gonna spend some time talking about some stuff today. Our show is a little bit different today. We planned actually to show a lot more stuff, but for a lot of reasons we're about to get into, we decided not to show a bunch of this stuff. But we are going to be discussing a lot about what we learned through Alpha, some of the plans that we're going forward with. But before we get into that, Joe Cross has some sort of topic that he wants to talk to you all about.
Yep. Thanks, Joe. And hey, everyone. I'm Joe Cross, franchise art director of Marathon.
Franchise art director for Marathon. Buddy, how do you let this slip? From what I understand, I think it was him was actually following Anti-Reels, you know, the lady that made this art, on Twitter, so it gets a little questionable.
Yeah, and wanted to take a minute to talk about some of the events from yesterday. It came to our attention, and sorry, I wrote this, I wanted to make sure I get this message right. It came to our attention that an artist who worked on Marathon in the early stages of pre-production took a number of graphic elements from a graphic designer without permission or acknowledgement and placed them on a decal sheet that was then checked in 2020. The decal sheet included icons and text elements. These elements ended up in our alpha build, and there's absolutely no excuse for this oversight, and we are working on and 100% committed to our review process to ensure instances like this don't happen again on Marathon or at Bungie. And so to that extent, I want to send my personal apology to Anti-Real, whose work was used in this case. And I know how unfair this feels, and we're doing everything we can to make this right with her. Her work is fantastic, and we clearly share mutual appreciation for a specific genre of graphic design, and it's very exciting, and I'm excited to have folded that into our style in general. So thanks for listening, and thanks for your patience.
I don't think people understand how bad Marathon is looking to be right now. Sony canceled all of its advertising. The game is designed not to get the Destiny 2 audience because they want a separate one. It seemingly has nothing to do with Marathon whatsoever. I'll give you an example. The guy that introduced me to watching Cyraxx, he was pretty big into Marathon. When this game got announced, we watched the announcement at the same time, and he was hyped for it. I spoke with him a couple of months ago, and I said, "Oh, hey, are you still excited for the game?" He said, "Absolutely not." So again, just like Concord, Marathon is going to be a total disaster, and I think that Sony Entertainment is probably a little ticked off at everything they've been throwing money at lately. And that is the end of Marathon talk. Moving on, and we have our second final segment, Darth Vader in Fortnite. Fortnite is a much bigger game than I could have ever imagined when it first came out. I remember in 2018 or 2017, I played it with some friends from work a couple of times, and then I put it down. Since then, I've occasionally re-downloaded it to play with a couple of guys on gaming nights, but that's about it. One of the things I would assume has made it so popular is all the crossovers that the game has with other properties. You can play as characters from DC, Marvel, Aliens, Street Fighter, cartoons, John Wick, Dragon Ball. It's probably one of the biggest crossovers of all time, not counting Mugen. Well, in May, they added in a Darth Vader enemy where if you killed him, he would become your ally. That's pretty cool, right? Well, they made it even cooler. By letting you speak to him in the game chat, and using AI, it would generate a response to you. As fun as this was, it did not go over very well, and the Vader AI went wild. Now, I have a compilation video I did not make ready. Just like the Chris Chan video, I did not watch this previously.
Show the others what a family guy can do. These skibidi toilets. Are they some new form of rebel alliance?
Oh yeah, these skibidi toilets. Like, how ridiculous is this? We are never going to see something like this again.
I trust they pose no threat to our mission, apprentice.
Darth Vader, is the low taper fade meme still massive?
Ninja, your fascination with fleeting trends is curious. Does it provide a tactical advantage I am unaware of?
Like, are we gonna get chatbots like this where you can just pick any voice and talk to it like that? Like, this is probably the future. Not gonna lie. Talking to machines.
Are you familiar with Mr. Ben Dover?
Ben Dover. I'm familiar with many who ultimately bend. Freaking fucking.
Uh-oh, Darth Vader just swore. So this and the next clip are the exact reason why we are never going to see something like this ever again.
Such vulgarity does not become you. Not allowed. Spanish?
Spanish? A useful tongue for spice traders and smugglers.
A useful tongue for smugglers and spice traders. Its strategic value is very well. Hawk tour.
But that is the end of the tech and media segment. And we will now be moving on to the end. The news and political segment, starting with one I think that most people can get on board with. That being the Take It Down Act. This is an act that makes it illegal to knowingly publish intimate images without that person's consent, with a special focus on AI images and deepfakes. This is a law that happened earlier this year in South Korea, where they had an actual epidemic of it happening. In the US now, it mandates that platforms take any of this material down within 48 hours of a victim requesting it, as well as bigger penalties such as 2 years in prison for those that are 18 or older doing it. When I think of a deepfake, I generally think of a meme or some app that lets you put your face onto a movie scene. But it's no surprise that there are people that would see this honestly pretty cool tool and find a way to misuse it. And lastly, we have our final segment, Kanye West. In the last data, we covered Kanye and his new song Cousins, as well as his interview where he dressed up in a Black Klansman outfit. Well, on May 8th, he released a song like no other ever made. One that I can't even name properly, so we're just gonna call it NHH. I think everybody knows what comes after that. It's one of the wildest songs I've ever heard in my life, and I think that everybody who has heard it can instantly recognize that noise. It's also a pretty catchy song, but you don't have to take my word for it, because this is Joe Rogan saying the identical thing.
Have you seen fucking Kanye's new song? Bro.
Okay, so this guy's about to go on this tangent saying, oh, it's like horrible. But he's about to get cut off by Joe saying, it's pretty catchy. And he just changes trajectory.
Bro.
What?
Here's the thing.
What?
First of all, kind of catchy.
Kind of catchy.
That's the problem with it.
Well, that's the problem with it.
It's like,
the song coming out alone was pretty crazy. But you know what's even crazier? Kanye had his choir singing it right next to P. Diddy's Hollywood Star. They did it in a Buffalo Wild Wings too, but honestly, one is a lot crazier than the other. They're in public doing this. I get all those guys are like, they want to be actors, they're living in LA, wanting to get famous. But boys, come on. Like, who do you think is going to hire you for a TV show or a movie if you are on camera doing that? Honestly, 2025 has been a really crazy year, hasn't it? And that is the end of our Kanye West segment and this episode. This is a pretty long one, and don't worry, because I'm going to get a brand new video out real soon. As always, thanks for watching, and hopefully I'll see you soon. Peace.
Joey got it for the people of America.
I am never going to financially recover from